Hello and welcome to my stream. Tonight we play more of Digimon World, and hopefully we are finishing this cursed cycle with Vademon, or maybe I should say Vademon Mon Mon, as you can read right there, because surprisingly I don't know how it took us that long to notice that this slot is showing their names wrong. But yes, Vademon Mon Mon cycle hopefully will finish today because it hasn't been a very good one. We have been trying to find Analog Man and then we finally found him after going everywhere in the Digimon world or around the whole world. And he was actually in a very obvious location, but I think that it was my fault. I kind of assumed that I checked it and then yeah, I was like spending hours for nothing in the end. And also when I was like thinking about having that fight, Vademon was not strong enough, and then we gave up. We decided to save that fight for the next ultimate that we can get. But also, Vademon was part, or like he joined some tournaments, and then unfortunately, he also was not a very good match, or like he couldn't really win any of them. So this was one of the worst cycles, in my opinion. Maybe tied with Shelmon's cycle because it seems like we have been trying hard and then nothing happens. But at the very least, in my exploration, I could find two items that I have never seen before in this game. One was like a red fruit or something, which was actually a very good item, and we found it in the Dino Land. And then the second item I forgot which one was it. But yes, I'm just hoping now that Vademon cycle is over, and then let's see if we can get lucky on the next cycle. So hey Victor, what's up man? How's it going? I gotta say man, I have been very tired, or at least this weekend I'm feeling very tired. I'm kinda glad that in these past hours I could get myself some energy boost to stream right now, but I'm still kind of tired. I think it has a lot to do with my sleeping because for some weird reason, yesterday and today, my body woke up by itself at 6 a.m. and then I had to like sleep again. But then once I woke up at the normal time, I was like, feeling tired for the rest of the day or like feeling that my energy has been drained. So that happened yesterday, that happened today as well, so it's been kind of rough. I have been very, very lazy, but let's see if I can get a little bit more energetic for the rest of the stream. Dude, I have spent most of the week trying to sleep. Are you feeling anxious or dealing with insomnia, man? I could sleep, but for some reason, in the past days, I was waking up super early, and even though I could go back to bed, it was not the same thing, I spent the rest of the day feeling like a zombie. Not only that, if only it was just the feeling of like feeling tired, but yesterday and today a little bit as well, but especially yesterday, I felt my eyes feeling dry. And it sucks, because it's super annoying for you to feel like your eyes are very dry because they keep on hurting for the rest of the day. And then my solution to that was, of course, to hydrate. So I tried drinking a lot of water, and then today I believe I was able to do something about it because I did not feel it too much. But I'm still feeling quite tired. But yesterday it was so bad. Basically just being tired and having a massively messed up sleeping schedule. Oh no, man. My sleeping schedule is not messed, it's just that my body is weird. Like, why does it need to wake me up at 6 a.m. in the middle of my sleep? And then it's like all ruined. If I could sleep without waking up during the process, then it would be like perfect. But let's see if tonight I can have a better sleep without waking up early. Especially because the ASM artist that I follow, he said yesterday that he was going to like release a 3 hours long video with like 60 plus triggers, so I'm quite excited for that, hoping that I will see my favorite trigger in there, which is the tape. It's not a duct tape, but it's like one of the tape types, and I freaking love that sound. Not only that, I have been also very into some visual ASMR, especially the ones that people make with flashlights. It's so relaxing when they like move the flashlight closer to the cam and then bring it far from it. So I will hope that this one video will help me out later today. By the way, Victor, how is the music production, man? Maybe because of your messed up sleep schedule, you couldn't work more on your video game based music. But you asked me for some inspirations. I gave you one idea, or maybe two. Like, I was like, Victor, don't you think you should finish the song already? Like, why does it need to be super long? But then you said that you wanted it to be actually double long, and then you, of course, you need more ideas. And I told you to go for a industrial factory based idea, but I had another one. I don't think you already have. Use some desert or desertic areas, worlds, themes to your song, you know. Maybe you could do some work on that too. Or here's another one as well, something kind of like a fiery world, like lava or something. But I believe it should be easier, or it sounds easier for you to go in an industrial path, because maybe you can even add some electronic beats to it, or a desertic one, right? Like a desert. Because, for example, as I know you have been using some Super Mario 64 sound effects, I still haven't heard the shifting sand land or little lava land sound effects, like the sound effects that those levels have. So I would suggest you going for those paths maybe. Oh, and you know something else? I'm getting all of the ideas right now. What about an icy uh, part of it, right? An ice level? A frosty one? Just like Freeze Easy Peak or something? I have been having more ideas and I think I know how it will end. There we go then. I'm now surprised I was not thinking about an ice level before, you know? It's like one of the obvious ideas, but I just now remembered it. Why am I training Vademon, by the way? I will go check the tournaments because that's all I can do while he's alive. But man, Victor, I'm happy that September is over. Um, Normally I hate August, and even though this year I did have a situation happening in August, it was just one and it didn't last too long. But this September it kinda stressed me a little bit more than August. Right now, and like I said last weekend, I kinda was able to settle everything, and then I also could find patience inside of myself in places I didn't know I had. And since then it's been more chill, or I have been more chill. But I'm happy September is over because it was not an easy month. And then I'm hoping that now October brings up some new energies or new flows, you know. I'm even starting some new friendships. Hopefully they will be good, or like they will be good for me. It definitely needs a nice part. One of the ideas you played around with sounds a bit like Freeze Easy Peak though. I think I will go more for something like a magical snowy forest. Why not go into something atmospherical as well? Like some Donkey Country 1 snowy themes in there, you know? I mean, there is also that other song in Donkey Country 1 which was called the Ice Chant level or something, Ice Chant Cave, I guess. That's a more upbeat ice theme, but the first level of that world is very atmospherical. You kinda can even hear the wind breezing, right? So why not go into something like that, you know, something more, I don't know, calm even. Dude, me too. October has at least started well. Yes, I'm happy for it's been October Like, let's leave September behind and forget about it. Can't say if it has started well, but it has started with some promises, like, or with some promising things ahead, like the friendships I was mentioning. But as long as it's not repeating September, I'm down. I'll check that out. Yeah, I wish I could remember the name. Maybe it's something around like Northern Hemisphere, but I'm not certain. It's like a very soft, icy music, you know? Which, by the way, that level is one of the hardest in the game. And especially because after you finally clear it, you still need to clear 2 or 3 more levels before finally getting to the save point. So I do remember struggling at that part. Although it has a very good shortcut, one of those hidden barrels that if you find it then GG, right? It's like easy win. But it's for like the professional players, right? I never know where those secret barrels are located at. I just know that there is one in that level. So by the way, I bought that Mario 64 Lego set. I saw that you were very excited for it on Twitter. I will be honest with you, I was expecting something better than what I saw. I like the idea, of course. You can't go wrong with Mario 64 based toys or like based merch. But I don't know, I didn't like the proportions of everything. They went for everything into a single item. I think I would prefer it to be separated. Like you can buy each level or something, you know. But then, have you already have it in your hands? Like, what is your final opinion about it? Like, was it worth? Is it better than what you were expecting or something? Oh, never mind, you are still waiting for it to arrive. Hopefully it was not too expensive. But like I said, I was kinda hoping it was looking a bit different. And you know what else? Since they are going all in with Mario based Lego sets, why not expand that idea into Zelda sets? And also, Victor, speaking on Mario 64, I had an idea, but then I can't remember if I have had this idea in the past, because after I realized it, I also thought to myself that have I ever thought about this before? Like it's, you know, those deja vu feelings. So there is a chance I have brought this up before, even though I cannot remember for sure. But I had this idea of like hoping for a Mario, not a Mario game, sorry. Hoping for a 3D platformer game that goes on the lines of Mario 64, but instead of having like fictional paintings and portraits for you to jump into them, I wish it had real art, like real paintings. And then, of course, the levels would be based on those real paintings with their own specific art type or art style, you know? So I was kind of wishing a game like that was real. So we only have a rank A tournament. Yeah. Yeah, no good tournaments up ahead, so let's go fish or something. I kinda get that, but still it's cool. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit surprised you liked it. Because Victor, you are very critic of things, and if like things don't look the way you have always dreamed, hopefully dreamed is the right word and not like dreamt. I'm not sure now, but I think dreamed, right? If the things are not looking the way you were dreaming like, you will not like it. An example, the remake of A Link, not A Link Between Worlds, Link's Awakening, the remake of Link's Awakening graphics. You were very critical about that. And this Lego set also goes on an art style that is very odd, in my opinion. I actually felt strange about it. But anyway, as long as you're happy about it, that's good, man. I'm just very surprised you actually liked it. It should also include the surprise that Nintendo and LEGO haven't advertised, just very slightly hinted at. A surprise? Wait, which sort of surprise? I now hope, or I wish, this set could have a star, right? It was expensive, but you're sure it will be worth? I mean, then that does it, right? But I'm still surprised you liked it. Because I was very critical about it this time. You mean with some MC Escher style levels? Not only that, it can be that other piece of art that they scream, the person that's like, or even some more abstract ideas with like Mondrian, hopefully that's his name, which has like lots of squares painted on different colors. Even realistic looking paintings. I just hope that uh, somebody could explore that Mario 64 idea into something else, and this was my new take on it that I thought. But especially MC Escher, since he's my favorite painter or like my favorite artist. But also Salvador Dali has some amazing art too. That's true, but it's Mario 64 and Lego combined and it's very accurate, so... Oh, you mean like Bowser? You wish that Bowser could be in the set? That's true, right? We actually don't have uh, a figure, or at least a good figure, of Bowser or even Princess Peach. Even though in this Mario 64 set there is like a tiny Princess Peach, isn't it? But not like a big one like the previous Mario sets that also got a Luigi if I'm not mistaken. But since we are having this Mario talk, Victor, I will try to remember the things I learned about the origins of the names of the Mario characters. Probably I won't be able to remember everything, and also some things were never confirmed by Nintendo, or they had like uh, they had different stories about the same topic. So basically, nobody really knows which story is the real one or the one that was uh, the most responsible for naming those characters. But still they have some good theories or like some good evidences of importance to why some Nintendo characters were named the way they were. But not only that, in the video I also learned some other fun facts. For example, I didn't know that in Japan, Super Mario Bros. 2 is actually named Super Mario USA. In here, they got the Doki Doki Panic game and then turned it into Super Mario Bros. 2, right? But in Japan, this one version we have in the America and in the rest of the world is actually just Super Mario USA in Japan. Which is very fitting, by the way. So, yeah, Victor, here are some fun facts about Mario. The first one is regarding the creation of the game, right? Did you know that initially the Super Mario Bros. Game was actually going to have Popeye instead of a character like Mario or Donkey Kong? They were going, or Nintendo was going, into a Popeye game. And then they could have the Popeye characters like Bruto. And I was actually very impressed. This is how her name is in English. Olive Oil. Actually, that's her name, right? Olive Oil, Popeye's girlfriend or something. In Portuguese, her name is Olive, not like olive oil. So I was like, seriously? In English, they say the oil part? But yes, initially, that's how Nintendo was planning to have the Mario Brothers game, with Popeye-based characters. But then they could not, let's say, use the 8 bits to really recreate those characters in the game. And they had to like readapt everything. So basically, Bruto became Donkey Kong, Popeye became Mario, and Olive Oil became Pauline, right? So it was very fun to learn that as well. I think Bowser will be in the set in the future. Do you mean, or do you mean? Oh, I see. You think there will be like a chibi Bowser or something, but they don't advertise it? That could be nice, especially if you can make some sound effects with him, right? Or like if he has some sort of sound effects. You have heard that? That was the first time I heard about it. I'm glad it didn't turn out that way, right? Otherwise, Mario would never exist. But then, speaking of Mario, there were some different stories about where the name Mario came from. But the one that was like looking the most common, or like the story more people were kind of telling when they were investigating this issue, was that it seems that in Seattle, if I'm not mistaken, in the Nintendo's office in the US in Seattle, the land, how is that word called? Land owner? It's not land owner. Let me describe the characteristic maybe. The owner of the building where they were renting to work, like Nintendo was renting that building to have their office and then to work in there, the owner of that building was Mario. And some people speculate that's where they got initially the suggestion of the name Mario. And then Miyamoto kind of accepted because initially Mario was named with like other generic names such as Jumpman and I forgot the other OG or initial name that Mario had, but Jumpman, for example. But of course, they kind of never really confirmed that story, right? And then Luigi's name was just because it matches or it fits the idea of Mario having a brother named Luigi. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that there was not a very specific reason why that name was Luigi. It's just that it simply happened. Like, oh, somebody suggested Luigi, and then yeah, it fits, right? So let's go. So there is no deep backstory to it, I guess. And then Peach's name is because Miyamoto wants something that was pink, and then peaches are pink and also kind of orange, right? But in the US, her name initially was Princess Toadstool, right? Which was actually very good for me to learn about this word because I never really understood why Toadstool was the name of a mushroom, for example. And then the video explained me that it was because those toadstool mushrooms are kind of big mushrooms where some toads use it to be, let's say, resting on them. And then toads like the frogs, not really like the toads from the games. But then, if you kind of name the princess with that word, like toadstool, why not just call the creatures toads, right? Because it's kind of part of that name or that word. So that was also very interesting for me to learn more about that word because it was always kind of like a mystery to me, like why toadstool, you know, what's the meaning behind of it? And then I saw the connection between the word, the mushrooms, and the frogs, which also now that I'm thinking more about it, makes me understand or at least make another connection to Super Mario RPG because in that game Peach is known as Princess Toadstool and there are some frog based characters in the game. And then I wonder, is that because is that the reason why, or like is it because of the Toadstool name that's kind of bringing mushrooms and frogs together or something? But according to the video, it was because of um, Miyamoto wanting to name something that was pink, and he went for a peach, right? A peach fruit. Actually, he kind of went for, let's say, food-based um, inspiration ideas for many characters like Peach, but also the Toads, or in Japan or in Japanese, Kinopio. And then Kinopio is like a mix of Kinoko, which is mushroom, and some people say that the end of it is because of Pinocchio. Although Miyamoto never confirmed this Pinocchio part, but I think it fits. But what he really says is that the, let's say, change on Kinoko into Kinopio is just because it sounds fitting, or like he wanted the word to be a little bit different, but something that's still cute, or like it still sounds good, and then he got the idea of Kinopio. But I do like this theory of like it being a mix of Kinoko and Pinocchio, because if you stop to think about it, Pinocchio does kind of resemble Toad in the meaning of giving life to something that's not living. But then we also have Yoshi, and it seems that the word Yoshi has a, let's say, a meaning in Japan or in Japanese that's like something that's cheerful, happy, or something. So I think it's also a very fitting name for the character. And then the other one that had a name based on food is actually Bowser. Because once again, in Japanese, the word for Bowser is Koopa, right? And then can you believe, Victor, that the word Koopa was based on a dish? It was based on a South Korean rice porridge, or like a rice soup, that's named gukbak. And then Miyamoto initially thought that the dish was kind of different. He didn't know it was just a rice porridge or like just rice soup. He felt like the dish was something more like a barbecue, or something more, spicy and something more powerful and aggressive. So he was like, oh, this food is aggressive, and also it has a nice sound, which is gukbak. Wait, Gukbak. There we go. And then from there he kind of got to Koopa, Gukbak, Koopa. And then we have it now. But then later he realized, oh, it was not like something aggressive or, let's say, powerful. It was not a very uh, strong dish. It was just rice porridge, but now it's too late. And then we got Koopa. And then there is also Wario. And even though at first I was feeling like, oh, Wario, it's just like the upside down M, right? And then there we go, Wario. But there is more to it. In Japanese, there is a word called warui, and it's pretty much like something that's evil, bad, dark. And it seems that first they thought on the word warui, and then they combined it with the word Mario, and then Wario. There we go. It's just not like flipping the letter, but also because of warui in Japanese. Yeah, man, you should watch that video. It's a video by the gaming historian. Yeah, he does some research, and like he goes into the archives of all sorts of gaming or games. And this was actually their last video about the origin of the names. And there was one. Who am I missing? Oh yes, I'm missing Donkey Kong's name, right? But it was so complicated to understand it, because in the end I think they could not prove the real origin of the Donkey Kong name. But there is like they showed us like some ideas they were having at first, but there was even a situation with Universal regarding the copyrights of like, are you copying King Kong, Nintendo? So there was a whole deal about that. But the other characters I kind of could remember more regarding their origins of their names. I have never heard of that before. I just thought they picked something that sounded fitting. Disregarding meaning like Donkey Kong. There was more, but I now cannot remember exactly the story behind the Donkey Kong name, because it was a bit more complex. But I do remember in the video they were showing like a list of ideas for the Donkey Kong name, and then they sent that list to Nintendo, and then they were kind of pretty much, eliminating one idea per one. And the only reason why those files got to, let's say, media, or they could have those files as like evidence or something, is because of uh, the situation between Universal and Nintendo regarding the copyrights for the name Donkey Kong. So Nintendo kind of had to prove that they were not copying the word, or like they were not uh, against the copyright laws. But I cannot remember how they first came with the names. You know, I just remember seeing the list of options, and then they went for Donkey Kong because it gets the ideas of like a Kong being like a gorilla, but then it's a better word than gorilla. If you kind of use the word gorilla, it sounds like too much, and then Kong sounds nicer, more cool, or something. And Donkey for like something that's, you know, kind of um, what is the word in English now? Is it clumsy? I think the word is clumsy, right? Something that's, you know, um, something that is causing disaster every time, or like it's never safe to be around this character. I think clumsy is the word. It's just that I never really use that word. Hey, Subber, what's up, man? We are talking about some reasonings behind the names of Mario characters, or at least the ones I could remember right now. So what I have heard behind Donkey Kong's name, they just started sounded cool. Yes, the Kong part sounded better than Gorilla, and they were also going for something that goes around the lines of clumsy to be the, or even not only clumsy, but also something that goes around the lines of being dumb, you know. But then dumb is too aggressive, and then they felt like donkey felt better after really searching on like the dictionary, like give me synonyms of dumb, and then they were listing those words, and then they felt like donkey was a good replacement and not too aggressive or like not too strong. I think they got the donkey part in the dictionary now that I'm remembering it. Subaru, by the way, I don't know what to do with Vademon in here, so I think I will just go fish until he dies or something. I don't know if I have ever asked you guys this, but do you guys have a favorite Mario character? You know what? I think I know who's Victor's favorite character. It's Luigi, because Victor is like a big fan of Luigi's Mansion. I would say Victor's favorite Mario character is Luigi. Mine probably as well. Was there any name being an anagram? Not really. Even Wario's name that I felt like, oh, it's just the opposite, the upside down M. It was actually that there was more than that. It's because of a Japanese word that's warui, and warui means evil, bad, dark. So they were combining Warui with Mario, and then you have Wario. It was not as simple as just like flipping the the letter, right? They also said in the video that Wario's creation came first from his name. Like before creating the character, they had the name first. Like the name came first. What about Analog Man? Remember that last time Vademon could not, or Vademon was looking horrible in that alternate dimension, and then we gave up? So it's kind of pointless for me to go after Analog Man today too, because Vademon is not strong. Unless I keep on trying to train him, but honestly, at this rate, I don't feel very confident we'll be able to make him buffed and also have a lot of time to do things with him. So I would rather wait for the next cycle. Could be I have never really thought about it. I would say that your that's funny, right? I'm giving you your answer, Victor. But I would say, or at least imagine, your favorites would be actually the ones you kind of mentioned, Bowser and Luigi. Yes, Saburo. Vadamon going back there will use all of my items and we may lose. So unfortunately, this is a horrible cycle for us, and maybe the best I can do is to go fishing. But then I need to buy more bait, right? Or more meat. What about favorite Mario, let's say, enemies or, side characters? I do love Koopa Troopa. I also really like Toad. Those two probably are my favorites. Some people would probably pick Yoshi, but I do think I prefer those two more than Yoshi. It seems fitting I will go with those then. So there we go. I'm actually at least having some good extrapolations of your preferences, Victor. There we go. But then, what about this new question? A favorite side character of Mario? I would go with Koopa Troopas and Toads. You would go with Boo? Don't forget Boo, especially this month. Yeah, man, Boo is also a very cool one. Like this guy is Digimon's Boo. But I think that Boo is, let's say, too cool for me. If that makes any sense. Like, he's too cool for my pick. So I would go with Toad or Koopa Troopa. Maybe Koopa Troopa, actually. When we had, like, Super Mario Kart back in the day, I used to love picking Koopa Troopa. And then Yoshi, Luigi, or Toad were my other choices. Which, by the way, Koopa Troopa is finally getting to Mario Golf. So I came here to buy meat, I need to do that. Oh yeah, Victor, last time, when I was finishing the stream, I brought a topic up, and I did have a question to make to you, but you were already out of the stream, right? You were already sleeping. The conversation was about dangerous animals that hunt humans, actually. I did watch a video about crazy situations of human eating animals in the world, and most of the animals that attacked humans in history were kind of like lions, tigers, leopards. There was this one alligator in India. By the way, do not travel to India if you are scared of animals, because many of the attacks I heard happened in India. But Victor, there was one famous or somewhat um, big animal case that happened in Sweden, and it seems that's regarding a wolf. And if I'm not mistaken, because now it's been a while, the wolf hunted or killed or damaged like 100 people in Sweden. Maybe my information is not accurate anymore, but I was going to ask you, how's the danger behind wolves in Sweden? Like, are they common? Have you found one before or something? Have you found one before? Because I was a bit impressed. Like, seriously, we should be extra careful about those animals hunting humans. It's not a situation of like humans messing with the animal and then the animal fighting back. No, it was actually a situation of animals eating humans for their survival. And another thing the video brought up was that not only that can be started by like humans messing with the ecosystem, so basically the changes in species in a region, or like the weather change as well. If the humans interfere too much in a food chain, maybe the prey of that predator will change into them, because like, oh, I can't find, let's say, rabbit anymore to eat. Okay, but that's what I have available to eat then, so I'm going to hunt you instead. You see, so the video was kind of giving me that idea, and then I'm like, holy shit, they may be right. But also there was one situation, and maybe one of the wolves, or yeah, wolves stories, because I was going to say like dogs, but dogs would not hunt humans like that, so wolves. One of the cases was because the animal, that now I think it's a wolf, they dug into the ground, into a cemetery, or like they were able to find dead bodies that were buried, and thanks to that, they could have, let's say, an idea of the taste, smell, and everything about human flesh, and that's how the animals started hunting humans. But yeah, man, I saw on that list a Swedish case, so I wanted to ask you, like, how are the wolves in there? Have you heard of this story or something? Big cats? The big cats are cool, you would say? Not at all. They are not a thing in southern Sweden, but I think they can be somewhat common up north, I guess. I see, so at least you are safe down there. At least in there you're only fighting foxes, right? Also, hi Nubba, what's up, man? So those animals must have been extremely desperate to just hunt humans for food. Exactly, that's one of the situations the video said. Most animals leave humans alone unless provoked or desperate. Yeah, man, that made a lot of sense as well. Like they were messing with the ecosystem or the food chains, and then the animals were like, "Okay, I gotta eat something. I'm starving. If there is like a village down there with flesh, let's go attack it." The number one situation in the list was, I now can't be sure where it happened, but maybe in India if I had to guess, because India was like a lot in the list. There was an USA or like an American case too, but it was a shark attack. I think it was a shark attack in Florida, if I'm not mistaken. But the number one was like a group of 15 lions that were able to hunt more than 1,000 people. And I think it sounds like a movie idea, you know, it sounds like a movie story, not really real life. To imagine like 15 lions coming down a village and trying to like eat everybody or attack everybody. It actually surprised me a little bit that, let's say, the humans could not fight back uh, in an effective way of like killing the animals. But then, of course, it's relative. Like maybe I'm also imagining a movie situation right now in my mind, because in movies people will probably have a gun at home and then you could shoot the animal or something. But in countries like mine, for example, you won't have a gun at home unless you are a bandit or a cop. So yeah, maybe in India they also won't have guns or something, and then of course to make the situation way worse to defend yourself. But it surprised me the numbers, like they were able to hunt down like hundreds and sometimes thousands of people, and it's like a lot of people. But speaking of big numbers, something else that shocked me? I was also watching a top list of like most expensive Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Do you guys wanna guess which one was the most expensive one? Maybe it's not like a, let's say, easy to remember card, but it's a somewhat famous card. But I will say this, the card was sold for $10 million. And it's not only one of the most, or actually I should say it's not only the most expensive Yu-Gi-Oh card, but also one of the most expensive cards in history. But then I don't know which one was actually the number one in that other comparison. It's like when a mountain lion was spotted in your neighborhood, man. He was desperate for food after being displaced from the fires that year. Do you know how people were able to stop him, or like to? I imagine, or I'm hoping there was some sort of zoo in your city or in your area, and then they were able to like shoot a dart, a tranquilizer dart at the lion, and then that's it. That's how they stopped the situation. But sometimes people will actually hunt the animal down, right? Oh, he's dying. There we go. Finally, actually, because I couldn't wait to start a news cycle. Oh, the lion gave up? That's interesting. Maybe he was let's say, smelling food of like humans, but then maybe things from the city kind of scared him a little bit, especially the noises, because some animals can also be very scared from human activities, right? Or like noises and everything, or cars even. But to finish what I was saying earlier, the most expensive Yu-Gi-Oh card is the Black Luster Soldier, and it's actually one of my, let's say, favorite monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh. He's a very awesome monster. But then I didn't know that his card in real life was so different than his card in the games. Because his card in real life is actually very golden, like it has a golden foil or something. But I know that's not the reason why the card is expensive. It's more regarding its rarity. But then in the list, of course, you also have the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. You have the Dark Magician Girl. You have some other popular and famous names, but the most expensive one of $10 million is this one, the Black Luster Soldier. And another very rare card they were talking about in the video, although right now I cannot remember the name of it, but the story of it was very interesting. And this does happen sometimes in real life, and thankfully it does happen because it's very cool when it happens. One of the most rare and expensive cards was a card based on a, let's say, character or monster created by a kid that unfortunately had cancer, and one of his, let's say, wishes was to be able to create a card by using his own art. And the card even got his name. I think it's Tyler now, Tyler something. And there was a website or service, I cannot remember the organization, that they kind of turned some wishes out there in the world into reality. And they were able to make this guy's um, card dream into reality. And then, now that I'm also remembering the rest of the story, he was able to survive from his cancer. He was able to, like, um, eliminate cancer from his life. And actually, he's now very rich, or at least he got a lot of money from the creation of his own card. So things turned out great for this kid. So this one Tyler card that I forgot the rest of its name is also another very rare and expensive card. I actually have never had a Yu-Gi-Oh card, even though I do like the games and the anime. But I gotta say that when I tried finishing the anime, the last seasons of it were very bad. I actually still haven't finished everything because you know when you grow expectations and then when you finally check it out, it's much worse than what you were thinking. That's how I felt it. I watched the Yu-Gi-Oh dreaming with like crazy things to happen when the truth of like the Millennium Puzzle, I think, Millennium Puzzle in English, when that truth was finally going to be revealed, it would be something mind-blowing and crazy, and in the end it was super boring. And they took like forever as well to finally give me the episodes to talk about that. So I really lost my hype in there. Okay, Dreamojimon, go there again, man. You can find something better than a MP item. Let's see what else happened this week. I'm actually excited for this next week because we are having the last Smash Brothers Ultimate Direct, right? Of course, my first pick would be Gino, but I know it's not happening. I need to tell myself it's never happening. He's already a me custom, so that's it for him. So Victor is talking about his music production. You know what, Victor? Oh, I will need to get the other phone though, but I will get the other phone. Last time when we were talking about this last weekend, I could not play the song on stream because I felt like I would need to transfer the song to my PC and then listen to it to my PC like what I had to do when you sent me the first part of it ever, right? But then now that you sent it after some rework or the updated version, I could hear it in the website without downloading it or transfer it to my computer. Do you want me to play it in here so the others can give it a hear? So you think the next part of the piece will be a piano tune, so we're going to go full lurk mode for a while to work that tune out? Oh, alright then. Maybe if you still want to, like, let's say, continue it and then when you finish it I can play everything on the stream or something? Or if you still want to wait a little bit so I can play it in here? I just don't want to, like, as well uh, interrupt your creativity process right now, because if you're feeling like piano tune, let's go. Maybe I should leave this for later then. So let's see, I need to train Botamon. Oh yes, I remembered my strategy for this cycle. I will go for a speedy course for Agumon. So let's see how is that going to be like. Play it later? Alright man, sounds good man. So good luck and definitely send me the results of that. But yes, I'm excited for the Smash Brothers final announcement. And I do think it's going to be Sora. Even though we have the Disney process and the Disney things going on, the reason why I'm feeling it is because of two things actually. The first one is because when we had the last Nintendo Direct, there was a Disney sort of like game announcement going on in there, but it was a port with updates from the Nintendo 3DS game, but it's still like something that Nintendo was able to decide or to deal with Disney. And also, wait, what was the other thing that I was thinking? Oh yes, the new game that Disney and Nintendo are working on, which was pretty much a bundle of some Disney classics. Have you guys heard of it? They're going to bring back the Lion King, Aladdin, and the Jungle Book games. Which is funny because the only Jungle Book game I played as a kid was actually for the Sega Genesis. So I'm not sure which one is this one they are revitalizing or bringing back now. But yes, we'll be having a Switch bundle of some classic Disney games. So because of, let's say, those two games that Nintendo and Disney are kind of working together, it kind of raises my hopes for Sora. I mean, I don't have personal hopes, but my guesses maybe that it could be happening. Or rather play a little bit of it now, like half a minute or so while you get your recording gear prepared. Okay, so let me get my phone. So anybody here that has played Super Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Donkey Kong games, Victor right there has been working on music. that uses many sound effects or instruments from those games or like from the soundtrack of those games. So basically, it's something that will sound very nostalgic. And even though, let's say, his music don't have or doesn't have sound effects from other games like Final Fantasy, for example, I don't know why when I was hearing it, I got some vibes of other franchises too. So let me play it in here, and then you guys can give it your opinions and see if you can also feel nostalgic about it. Okay, I'm stopping it there, or we're going to listen it entirely, right? But there we have it, 2 minutes of it. And it made me even remember now Zelda music. So, Victor, don't you have the Zelda sound effects as well? Because I did get some Zelda vibes this time that I was hearing it. Wait, you need to play that Super Mario 64 E piano better for the final thing? Are you going to rework on it then? Okay, let me put my phone back to recharge. Sabri is saying that the beginning of it made him think on Final Fantasy IX. Are you talking about my favorite song in Final Fantasy IX, the one that plays in the overworld? Because it has a... Oh no, you're talking about the... Yeah, that part reminds me of Donkey Kong, especially Donkey Kong 64. Yeah, to me it has a Donkey Kong vibe. The thing, Saber, is that there are some sections later on this song that I did not play for sure, but they also have some Final Fantasy feels. But then you were saying Final Fantasy IX. Which song were you thinking about? Can you name the song, Saber? Or it's just the feeling you had? Okay, so Victor will re-record that once he has practiced properly. But then you don't have Zelda sound effects, right? I now really wish to have Zelda sound effects. Let me see. I will go for offense at first, so we can guarantee an Agumon, and then I go for speed. It's just the impression, it's like of a sad moment. Oh, I see. Maybe that did not occur to me because it sounds a lot like Donkey Kong Country, not Country, Donkey Kong 64 to me, especially DKIO. And as I knew that Victor was working with some rare sound effects or sound effects from the Rare company, I was like, this is Donkey Kong, you know. But I can see what you're saying regarding a sad song that could be in Final Fantasy, yeah. It's just definitely not my first impression. Because also the song that I was thinking was not a sad song. It just starts slow. But regarding the Zelda thing, a lot of those sounds and bases for a lot of tunes comes from the expensive sample CDs, which you need to buy the CD to have the rights to use the sounds. Oh, so you would need to buy the Zelda one? And those CDs are not sold used because the license to use the sounds would still belong to the original owner. It's weird. But then how did you get the ones you have then? Did you buy them? The Mario 64 and banjo sounds? Subaru, is it raining a lot in there, by the way? Because it's been raining in Minas Gerais, the neighboring state to Rio. It's been raining today in Rio as well. Not here where I am, but it got to my apartment city. My friends were all talking about it because there was a power outage, and then one of my friends was in the car with her family, and then they are kind of in a traffic now. So I'm wondering how's the rainy situation in the whole region, right? In the southeast region, because it's been attacking or let's say happening in Rio and in Minas Gerais. So a lot of the Zelda sounds, they come from a CD called Distorted Reality, which costs like 500 USDs. Yeah, Victor, do not buy that, at least not for now, man. So Saburi is saying that it's been raining in there. It was also raining in the south region, right? I'm now also remembering some news about rains getting to Curitiba, which is in the south. I mean, it's good because Brazil has been kind of struggling a little bit with like power plants. We have a lot of hydro power plants or like power plants that will use hydroelectricity or like hydropower or something like that. Water power, I'm not sure how to say it in English. And the dams were getting dry, right? So this will help them to like refill the water levels. But it looks like it's been raining a lot, at least here in Rio. So almost all of the sounds he has used, they come from his Roland JV synth. The JV series was heavily used for games from the mid-90s to mid-20s. And then that said, I do have some Zelda samples to play if I want. Can you give me some ideas? Like, which Zelda samples do you have? I'm curious. Oh, but never mind. You need to compose. We can talk about that later then. That's alright, man. Good luck, and then send me some updates later. Somebody said that it needs to rain because have you seen the news of the dust clouds? I did not see the news about the dust clouds. That sounds awful. Dust clouds? Do you mean pollution or something? I saw the news about the power plants struggling because like the water levels were low. There we go, Victor. It's settled then. So, Saber, what about that, man? Should I be worried? Dust clouds. You don't mean like a sandstorm, right? Because sandstorms, I don't think they are a thing here. Although these days there was a volcano that erupted in Africa, and many Brazilians were freaking out of like a possible earthquake that could be happening. And then Subaru is now wanting to make me scared of a sandstorm that never happens in here. So some cities they had a lot of wind and then they were making some dust clouds. That does sound a little bit like a sandstorm. I mean, strong wind is like very common here in Rio, even here in my hometown. One of these weeks, we had power outages because of the wind activity. But then wind plus dust, that's new to me. So is this situation happening? Or triggering? I think triggering could work in every southeast region or in all southeast region. By the way, did you watch the trailers for the Pokemon games? Out of nowhere, Nintendo decided to drop those two trailers. Which was funny, right? Why not save them for the Direct? But still, they dropped a Pokemon Legend Arceus trailer and a Pokemon Diamond and Pearl remake trailer. And once again, those two games are looking good. I'm very happy with the remake. And the Legend Arceus game is looking promising. I'm still a bit, let's say, worried about Legend Arceus' length because something in there makes me think it's going to be a very fast game to beat, but not a fast game to complete because maybe it's more focused on the Pokédex than, let's say, the battles and the journey itself. Which is okay since it's a spin-off, so it doesn't need to be like the main Pokemon games, of course. But of course, if it is a long game to beat with like lots of content, then it sounds great. It sounds better to me. And I still don't have that feeling, you know? I don't think it's going to be as vast to explore like a Breath of the Wild game, for example. So there was a situation where they had to end a fire that happened in a farm, and then the wind was able to lit the fire, and the dust that was created thanks to that kind of blocked visibility or like made everything dark and hard to see. And 3 people that were trying to fight the fire, they died. Man, what the heck? Where was that? Was that in there in São Paulo? And then is the fire still happening? Okay, so I will work on his HP, because if I train his HP, I'm also getting some offense, right? Yes, I am. So I will keep on going with this. You don't think so? It's a momentaneous thing, but it does cause problems. Okay, so hopefully the fire was extinguished. The news I was following though, and thank God it finally happened, is that the hashtag Free Britney is finally a real thing. Like, Britney is finally free from her dad, right? Or at least let's say, the situation has turned, and then now she just needs to wait like for a month so the papers are done and complete and everything. Finally! In case you didn't know, Britney is finally free. So maybe now the memes and everything can start stopping. And then also and then people can move on to like help another celebrity life or another person's life, of like free this person. The dust that the wind carries is the reason why everything is dry, because maybe it absorbs the humidity in the air, and then it was a long time since it last rained in some cities. But then, do you know where it was happening? Like, you were saying some cities, but then is it in Sao Paulo? Is it in here, Rio? I was really not aware of this situation. Oh, the red berry was the new item I got last time. Also, this is speed leaf. I was saying like red fruit or something. It's red berry. So you don't know about the story of Britney, Samaru? No, Britney was not, let's say, arrested or in jail. The situation is that for all of her career, she was under the responsibility of her dad. And then, for some reason, I believe in the US, the law works a little bit different than how it is in here for this matter. So even after Britney was like past 18 years old, or even after she was, let's say, responsible for her own life, her dad is still controlled her life, because there was a situation in there, maybe a contract, maybe it's because of the law. But basically what was happening was that her dad was earning Britney's profit from her work as an artist. And even though like she always fought to finish that connection to her dad because it was a toxic family relationship and stuff, and the fans were like pressuring everybody to kind of help Britney out, it never really happened, or like it took forever until finally we got the news this week that she will be able to, be free, or like be able to finally see the earnings of her work, excluding her dad from her life. So that's the situation. Actually, there is even a documentary or a movie talking about this that I wanted to watch, but I still haven't. I even think there is one on Netflix, but I was thinking on another one in Globoplay, which is a Brazilian streaming service. But there was also one in Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. So I should watch the documentary to really understand everything, but that's the idea behind it. It's because of her family. Oh, okay, so it has been happening in São Paulo, which, by the way, the the news right there says that it's happening in central São Paulo. I learned this week, that the way for me to refer to such cities when they are like, let's say, in the middle of a state, is like central, which makes sense. I used to say countryside or something like that, but countryside can be that, but it's also rural, right? Or like farms and stuff. And then not necessarily that's all of the situations of cities in the middle of a state. So this week I'm fixing my own English or learning from my lessons. I should say that this strong wind plus dust has been happening in central São Paulo or in cities in central São Paulo, which means like in cities that are not, let's say, close to the ocean or something like that. Yeah, some famous people do have that problem, right? It's just that Britney's life has been all about that. Many I can't say for sure because I should go watch the documentaries that will inform me better, but I do have the feeling that many of her psychological problems when she was younger, I don't know if you remember, but she used to also have some crazy shit moments in her life where she even shaved and everything. Um, I think it has to do with that, with like the pressure from her dad or like the influence from her dad, not only, let's say, the problems of being a famous person or the pressure of being a famous person. I think her dad was not like a very helpful family member at all, and he was seeing her as a treasure pot, basically, or a treasure chest. And for many years, that's how it looked like. So we at least got those good news that Britney will have a better and more free life. Oh yes, I was training HP. I could swear I bought meat, but it seems that I forgot, right? I went to the shop and I did not buy it. Once I get Agumon, I will go there buy it. Oh, by the way, speaking of Digimon, I saw briefly that Gabriel was posting something about the next Digimon season or anime on Discord, but I did not check it. Did you, Saburo? Did you check the videos he was posting in there? They seem to be something about the next Digimon anime. Which, by the way, I have still been watching the Dragon Quest, The Adventures of Dai anime, but now I don't know if I would recommend that show to anybody. I mean, it's not bad. I'm still enjoying it, but it is disappointing me on some things that, maybe other people can be a little bit upset or tired of seeing it happening in the show. So yes, after this week's episode, I'm like, I don't know if I would recommend the show to more people, even though I do still like it. Because the show is kind of forcing it too much or pushing it too hard in a way that could be annoying, a little bit annoying at least. It's like one of those situations where no matter how dreadful or dangerous or horrible a situation looks like, they always come out of it easily. Or not easily, but there is always a solution, like. So what is the intensity of this danger then? Is it not going to leave some consequences to the characters? It looks like they always find a way out, basically, and that can be a little bit annoying and tiring with time, and this show has been quite long already. It's getting to episode 60, I would say. The Dragon Quest anime novel, The Adventures of Dai. It is actually a remake of a very old anime from the 80s that I grew up watching, but it never got an end. And then that's actually why I was excited to watch it now, this one remake of it, because it's like finally getting to episodes much later than when it stopped in the past. But then at the same time, everything is looking good, like it's hard to explain, but it feels like the protagonists will always have the luck on their hands, or like nothing really bad happens to them, no matter what. They may, I don't know, have a hard fight, they may have a crazy enemy that was created to destroy them or something, but the feeling of danger is kind of vanishing to me because, like I'm saying, no matter what, they always find a way out. And I think that shows need to have some sort of balance. Like, somebody gotta get hurt at some point. And it's not really happening that much in the show, and then it's kind of making me a little bit disappointed, especially because it is reaching the final parts of it. So I'm like, wait, but nothing really serious will ever happen in here? Maybe it still can surprise me, and then like in the final episodes or in the final arc, it will give me some crazy sad and shit. But so far it's been, something that is kind of hard to believe, even that they are going to face strong foes, and then the strong foes are always beaten up, and then they never suffer the consequences of the fights, or like they can always recover. I don't know, I'm still waiting for something tragic to happen in the show. There were some situations, yeah, but not enough to convince me, basically. But it's still a good show. I'm like still having fun. I'm liking to see how this story unfolds and everything. But now today, I don't think I would recommend it because I prefer shows that will have some sort of more impact than just finding solutions every freaking time for the protagonist, and then it keeps on going on that way forever. It can be tiring, and then it's also getting a bit tiring to me as well. Yeah, that's it, Subaru. The show is kind of giving some invulnerability, hopefully that's a word in English, to the characters. They are kind of getting so overpowered, and then every fight feels like it doesn't matter in the end, because even though they look like they are hurt or about to die, they never really die. And I don't know if I should spoil something, but even in the moment where somebody died, hey, it's an RPG based anime, so let's use some resurrection skills right here. Para boom! And then they resurrected the character, so yay! No damage was done, it was just a scare, and then it was resolved in the next episode. Good job! But anyways, it's still a good show. I'm like getting excited to someday play myself like a Dragon Quest based game for the first time. I just hoped it was more serious, maybe, or maybe even more dark. But it does have some cool twists, like some cool plot twists. It's just that, come on, I wanna see, the consequences of a war happening, basically. And hey, Yoda, what's up, man? Dragon Quest is related to Dragon Ball, so it makes sense. To be honest, I was not making that connection. Yes, no, nobody really dies in Dragon Ball, right? It's the same idea, and if they die, they are brought back to life again in the next episode. But just like Dragon Ball, even it's fun. Like, you can't say that Dragon Ball was not a big hit and then it was not fun to watch and everything. No, Dragon Ball is amazing. And then Dragon Quest is also good. But I did have some other expectations towards, let's say, the villain creations. Like, the villains, it's hard to say, but they look more frightening than what they can really do to the protagonists, maybe. But of course, it's not like I'm not saying that nobody really dies or ever dies in the show. That's not it. But for the amount of episodes I have watched, I was expecting some more bad results to the lives of the protagonists to be happening. And I'm kind of disappointed that it's not. It's always looking worse for the villains. And then I'm kind of still waiting, I want to see some crazy shit to happen here. But maybe there will happen one, but it will be a little bit predictable. There is also that part. I would prefer, let's say, somebody's going to die, to be a surprise, like something completely unexpected. And then the show is also building up, let's say, a death that will be predictable in case it happens. Speaking of the anime of Dragon Quest, Saber is saying that this week there was a gacha game out of it that was released. I didn't know there was going to be one. I knew some Dragon Quest games were developed. There is even the Dragon Quest. What is the number now? Is it 12? I'm not sure. But the one that some people are expecting it to be darker than the other Dragon Quests from the trailer itself. And there was even a spin-off, maybe this is the one that Saber was talking about, a spin-off Dragon Quest game that has, I think, two brothers from Dragon Quest XI. And then they will be exploring the world, trying to find treasure and stuff. In the meantime, Saber, what I see is people still getting addicted to Pokemon Unite. Which, by the way, Yoda, have you been playing Pokemon Unite? I know Nubble was playing it, but he was kind of getting very stressed because some people in there are noobs and then they can't really play the game well, or like it. Actually, I was watching some playthroughs of Pokemon Unite this week finally, because after Nubble said that he likes to use Absol, I was like, I gotta see my Absol in use, and I did see it, and he looks great. But some other characters look more broken than Absol though. The one that surprised me the most was Eldegoss. Eldegoss was like a healer, but also he could cause a lot of damage on the opponent. Eldegoss looked very broken to me. And then I also saw the Crustle playthrough from this one YouTuber, because I was also saying that I was shocked some people were picking Crustle, even a friend of mine. And I was like, seriously, Crustle? Why Crustle? And then I saw the video. Crustle looked interesting. By the way, Dweebo looks super cute on this game. I was like, man, Dweebo, you're so cute. But he's hard to play because you really gotta know where to place the freaking rock walls, and then you can trap your opponents. It sounds a little bit tricky for you to play with him, but strong. He's very strong. So yeah, I was finally checking more of Pokemon Unite. Although the game is super unfair at the same point, because you can be scoring all sorts of points, and then let's say the final minute somebody kills Zapdos, and then it's over. Everything you did for the previous, I don't know, 10 minutes was worthless because the other person right there killed the Zapdos, and then that's it. It's just like, I don't know, the Quidditch game in Harry Potter. No matter how many points you score, if the other team catches the golden ball, it's over. I believe they are going to release a new character this week, right? Sylveon is coming up soon. Also, hi Ultras, what's up, man? You haven't been playing Pokemon Unite? You have been busy with other games in recent weeks? Which ones? What have you been playing, Yoda? Ultras, I have two things to tell you, man. Two topics of conversation that may interest you. The first one is something about Canada that was shocking to me. And you can confirm, but I believe the information was accurate. But Ultras, is it real that baby walkers are banned in Canada? Because I did watch a video of like weird things and items that are banned in some countries, and they said that baby walkers were banned in Canada. And it seems it's because of many accidents happening to babies with like careless parents or careless people. Okay, there we go. I got my Agumon. So now I'm going for full speed course. And I can understand the accidents, but at the same time, what is the other solution that, let's say, Canadians will have to transport their babies? Is it like by having those backpacks or like, I'm not sure how to name them, but those, um, not a backpack per se, but like maybe just a bag where they can like hold a baby in their bellies or in their backs or something. But I was surprised, like baby walkers are forbidden in Canada. What? Oh yes, Tales of Arise, right? I saw many people saying that Tales of Arise has been looking fantastic, like graphically wise. But then would you say that the gameplay is also very good? And you are also playing some new gacha games. Have you been still into Genshin Impact? I also saw many people getting pissed off Tencent because of their, um, let's say, advertisement of their first 1 year anniversary, special promotions and stuff. But in the end, even their giveaways and things will be very up to luck, right? And then many fans and people have been complaining about that. Actually, Tencent has been banning like people that are talking shit about what they are doing in this anniversary promotion. They are banning people's profiles in Reddit and in some other social media as well because they are kind of trying to pretty much censor people, right, that are talking shit about them, which is making more people to get upset about them. So I saw this situation going on with Tencent and Genshin Impact. Yeah, baby walkers, man. Like strollers and then, okay, I'm not sure what are strollers now, but I'm thinking baby walkers are those little cars, right? Or carts. You know the supermarket cart that you put your groceries in? The impression I have from baby walkers are those but for babies. Yeah, walking babies. So strollers is the real word? Alright, I should write that down. So after being mind blown that you cannot sell fresh milk in Canada, now we have the baby walkers or stroller situation as well. That is untrue, seriously. There is nowhere in Canada like that. If so, it might be small buildings or places where liability is different. Like 1 in 50 parents might use a backpack carry for baby, but that's not for the long term. Okay, that's interesting. And then Ultras, they also had another banned Canadian item in there. But it was not only Canada, some other countries also have banned this. I think they were Australia and maybe New Zealand. So it would be like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. They banned those Zen magnets. Do you know what those are? They are like little spherical balls of some sort of magnetic metal, and then people can make things with them by connecting them and stuff. It seems those are not available or permitted in Canada anymore because some people were kind of swallowing those magnetic balls, and it's going to be shit for your health, right? I have seen those before. A friend of mine used to have them. They were good to like, let's say, touch them or press them or something, but it's just like a, let's say, a useless toy in the end. It's like a useless distraction, right? But it looks like they are banned in Canada. So it's generally agreed by many that it's the best Tales game in terms of gameplay as well. While it's a story similar to Symphonia, but it's more directed. Okay, I guess I would like Tales of Arise then. Because if I had problems with Symphonia, it was totally regarding its plot. So if now the plot is more direct and like maybe more clear, hands down, I'm down. So no one would say baby walker, stroller, or baby carriage. That could be a small city somewhere. I will look for it later with more detailing then, Ultras, but that's what the video told me. I think if you ask 100 Canadians, maybe one would know. You're not sure because your friend had a lot when you guys were in grade 9. I can believe that one more, but you can't confirm. And I bet even if it's illegal, it's easy to get somehow. Because we're sure the police is not concerned with trafficking toys. Honestly, it is almost impossible to really ban something from existence in a country, right? Like, people will always find their ways and illegal ways. Another examples of things that are banned according to the video, because like you should ask directly to people that live in those countries to like confirm if it's real or not, like I'm doing with Ultras right here. But other examples of banned things around the world that surprised me were high heels in the ancient ruins in Greece. It seems like if you're going to visit Acropolis, you should not be wearing high heels or have somebody wearing high heels. That one makes sense to me because it's like the pressure when you're stepping on the ground with high heels is like greater than like wearing sneakers or flip flops or something else. So it could be damaging the ruins in there or like the monuments. So that one made sense to me. It's not like too weird to imagine, but high heels are forbidden in there. This one made no sense to me, although. Oh yes, I remember another one. I need to remember which one was the country that banned this other thing. But one that I remembered, it seems that in Morocco, maps are banned. Can you believe that? Or at least maps of Morocco itself. Now I cannot remember why that happened. Maybe I should go get my notes to remember what were they saying about that. But oh yes, I remember now by trying to remember. It's because of the conflicts and fights people have in there regarding the locations pretty much like oh that land right there it's part of my country or like that land right there it's part of this region. So because of the intern conflicts of like uh, lands that belong to a region or to another person or to another country and stuff, they forbid the maps. So like no, we are not going to have this discussion anymore because like uh, it causes wars and battles and fights. So they banned pretty much maps that are very accurate in Morocco. But there was a country, and then I think it's Tunisia, that banned pencils and chalk. Don't ask me why. I still can't understand why would they ban those things in there. By the way, I'm losing some frames, but I hope I don't have a disconnection. One that surprised me a lot was China. China banned time traveling. Isn't it great? Let's ban something that already kinda doesn't exist. And if it does exist, where are you, time travelers? Talk to me. I would love to know how's the experience. But yeah, they banned time traveling. Thankfully, I live in Brazil, so time traveling is allowed in here so far. I can watch my sci-fi series, my sci-fi shows and movies and games like Chrono Trigger because it's not banned in here. And then I don't know if I can remember other banned things, but totally there were more examples in the video. Oh yes, Denmark. Denmark banned, but now I believe they kind of stepped back on this. But for some time, Denmark banned some weird dishes like Marmite, Vegemite, and Ovaltine. I cannot remember exactly why they banned those things anymore, but I know that Vegemite, for example, is infamous to like be bad or taste bad. You kind of gotta know how to use it, or you're going to suffer by using it in your dishes or something. It has a somewhat specific and strong taste. But why ban it in a country? Like they banned not only Vegemite but also Marmite and Ovaltine. Ovaltine is love. It's like the taste of my childhood, or I imagine many other people's childhoods in here as well. But then I believe the video said that these things are not really banned anymore today. Oh yes, I'm also trying to remember in here. I think they now allow those things to be sold in Denmark under some quantities. Like maybe they limited the quantities those items can be sold in there now. So it's not like fully banned anymore. Let me go back on the chat a little bit. Welcome back, Victor. It seems like the piano bit will be about 3 minutes or so. Have you showed Ultros your song, man? You should show him. Maybe Ultros can also give you a good inspiration on how to continue it. I'm thinking of maybe making it into its own thing, or at least have a version of it that's on its own. That sounds like a good idea. Oh, a new Ghost song came out 3 days ago. It's very good. You suggest a listen? Are they releasing a new album soon? Victor also had no idea they had some tunes on the way. I will check it out sometime this week. Only Pain. So we're saying if they banned it is because they know how to time travel. Like Chinese? The Chinese? I think they are just, let's say, um, the word is maybe the word is not too exaggerated, but they are going too far. Basically, that's what I think about it. It's so China can arrest time travelers from the future. Yeah, right. Like nonsense, in my opinion. Yeah, you should show him your song. I don't know if Ultros has played many of those. Oh, never mind, he has. Ultros is a big fan of Donkey Kong Country 2 at least. So probably some of the tunes in there will sound familiar to him as well. Because like I don't know if Ultros has played Banjo-Tooie, Banjo-Kazooie, but Ultros definitely knows Mario 64 as well. So yeah, you know what? Send it to him, Victor. He will like it and maybe he can suggest you upgrades on your song too. They might release a new album, but this one was written for Halloween Kills or for Halloween, and then the sound. Never mind, Halloween Kills soundtrack. Is that a movie? It was written for the Halloween Kills soundtrack, and it's considered a single, and it's really really good. You know what's happening right now that I'm like super jealous? My favorite band, Wild Nothing, together with another band that I really like, Beach Fossils, they are touring in the US. And I'm like, why am I here? I wanna go. Why is also this pandemic happening? But yes, I'm like, damn, come to Brazil as well again, right? Because I thankfully at least once in my life was able to go to both of their shows or concerts here in Brazil. But they're going together, so I'm like super jealous of all of the lucky Americans that could go to their concerts right now. It has like 500 emotions in it. Wait, what do you mean by that? 500 emotions? Do you mean it's a very crazy song that, I don't know, changes a lot of its melodies? Nubbo, since you are still there, man, what did you think about the trailers for the Pokemon games? Did you see Cleaver? At first, I did not like Cleaver that much. But I'm getting more used to the idea now. Some other news that shocked me a little bit recently, by the way. Did you guys know that we will be having a remake of this classic horror movie called I Know What You Did Last Summer? If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be an Amazon production. And I think it's going to be a series instead of a movie. I actually have watched the trailer, and honestly, I was not very impressed by it because they're trying to do what some remakes do, right? Which is pretty much, oh, this show or this game or this movie, it happened back there in the 80s, right? Or in the 90s. So let's give it a, let's say, modern taste to it today. So they did that to this one production, and it feels a bit weird, you know? Like to see that story being told with things we have today. It sounds off to me that I grew up watching the original movie, forced by my sister, by the way, that gave me nightmares back in the day. But she decided to like, oh, let me bring you to this sleepover party that we will be watching all sorts of horror movies and Armageddon. So not only I was like suffering by watching Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer, but also I had to hear freaking Aerosmith singing I don't wanna close my eyes. I hate Aerosmith. And I hate that song so much. Maybe because of that. You know what? Maybe it's because of that. Because when they brought me to the freaking sleepover party to watch the horror movies, that I was like hating it so much because I used to not be a fan of horror movies. Today I have a different taste, but not on every one or not on every horror movie. But today I have some genres that I can enjoy watching better. Fun fact, even the slasher genre. But they also made me watch Armageddon, and then that song is in there. I hate the whole experience, and today I hate the song and the band. Maybe it's all connected and I never saw it. There was also another movie in there, but I do not hate that movie that much. Not sure how it is. It called? No, it's not called Toy Soldiers in English. But it's that one movie that there are some army toys, and those army toys get to life. And then it's a bunch of kids dealing with army toys that are kind of fighting another group of toys. And then the weapons they use are kind of real based weapons. Do you guys know which movie I'm talking about? Little Soldiers. Not sure how is it called. Toy Soldiers, maybe. I also watched that movie in that occasion, but I don't hate it too much. Yeah, there were the trailers for Legend Arceus, but also for Diamond Pearl remakes, and both games are looking good in my opinion. Although I still kinda feel safer towards the remake than Legend Arceus. Cleaver was an odd addiction, wasn't he? But now that some more days have passed by, I'm getting more used to his idea and looks. You are sad a lot of these new Pokemon in Arceus seem to be exclusive to Legend Arceus. I was wondering that regarding Pokemon Go. Actually, I don't think it will be that exclusive to Pokemon Go. I mean, I should be saying I don't think it's going to be that exclusive to Legend Arceus because I can see it happening in Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go has been kind of getting all sorts of Pokemon from everywhere. Even now that Netflix will be releasing the latest movie of Pokemon. No idea how it's called in English now. Oh wait, actually never mind. Maybe I know. Isn't it Pokemon Coco or something? The one that has Zarude? Not Darude, the not that guy. It's going to be released on Netflix this month or actually this week. It's in October 8th. I may actually watch that movie. So you know everything that's Pokemon related, Pokemon Go has an event or gets that special Pokemon into it. So I'm pretty sure those Pokemon from Legend Arceus will be in Pokemon Go at some point, but I think it's just going to be in there then. Because they're definitely not going to have those Pokemon in the remix of Diamond Pearl, I don't think so. And Sword and Shield, I believe Sword and Shield is kind of completed, right? They are probably going to start forgetting about Sword and Shield, and then why update it with the new Pokemon? But you know something that people have been theorizing, Nubble? We may be getting some Mega Evolutions in the Diamond Pearl remakes, especially because of what's going on in the anime. And spoiler alert about the anime, Ash is going to have finally his first Mega Evolution, which is going to be a Mega Lucario. And the episodes for that are happening kind of right now in October, November. And thanks to that, and how the anime sometimes promotes the games and vice versa, we are kind of hoping that the Diamond Pearl remix will have Mega Evolutions included to it, plus new Megas, especially if you think about the next generation of starters, like Piplup, Chinchar, and also Turtwig. So the theories are looking promising for that change to happen, and I kind of hope it happens. Maybe Little Soldiers, yeah, right. Little Soldiers sound a little bit familiar to that movie's name. You remember going to a theater to see it? Oh no, and then the projector got screwed up, and then you never got to see the movie. I did have some awful situations in the movies in this city that I am right now, in my hometown. Even a day where a guy went to the movies with a freaking sombrero. I wish I could remember which one was the movie, but I can't remember the movie anymore. But there was a moment where the guy stood up and screamed like "Woo!" and then he started swinging his sombrero in the middle of the of the movie session. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think that was one of the few days in my life that I have seen a sombrero. By the way, even though it's so pop culture, like in games and in movies and series and everything Latino related, it's not common at all here in Brazil. So I think that was one of the few times I have seen a sombrero in my life. Okay, the ghost song was called Hunter's Moon. That's a cool name. Sounds like a good one for werewolves. You would be down for Megas returning? Me too, man. And then let's see new Megas as well, right? Of course, it's gonna be a Lucario and his Mega. Yeah, they're even bringing back the gym leader from Gen 6, Corina, right? The one that first introduced the Mega Stones and Mega Evolution. She's in the anime now. But that was good news, Nubble. That was good news for the anime because it's like an anime restoration plot flaw they had. Because when we had Pokemon X, Y, and Z season, Ash did not really have a Mega Evolution, even though the game and the mechanic was all about that. He had his own thing, which is understandable. Like, it was somewhat also cool for him to have his Ash Greninja, but it was something that the fans also hoped for to happen to him. And then now that this one season Pokemon Journeys has been fixing and giving us background and restoring some previous ideas that were never really developed, and then finally making the dreams to become real and stuff, they are giving Ash a Mega Evolution. And now he can use a Mega Evolution, a Z move, and the Gigantamax stuff as well. Actually, next episode we'll have the comeback of Cynthia, by the way, the champion of Sinnoh, which is making me super excited because she's my favorite champion. But after that, we are going to start having the episodes of Mega Lucario, and they are going to have a fight between Mega Lucario and a Gigantamax Machamp. So I'm very curious to see how is going to be this crossover of generations of like a Gigantamax versus a Mega Evolution. Let's see how is it going to be like. The Ash Greninja was a joke for you? The Protein Greninja was the best one. Well, regarding the competitive, I would agree with you, yeah. But in the end, you know what? You are right. Even in the anime, the Ash Greninja was a joke because what they did in that freaking Pokemon League in there, dude, I don't know if you have seen it, maybe not because I imagine you haven't been following the anime. But the Kalos Pokemon League in the anime, and that was so upsetting because it was such a good season, it was such a good show, but they really messed it up in the Pokemon League. A lot thanks to the Ash Greninja. Oh yes, I only said one of the announcements that I saw recently, right? Which was the remake of the I Know What You Did Last Summer. There is another thing that shocked me a little bit too. Did you know that HBO has been working on a series based on The Last of Us? I still gotta watch playthroughs of The Last of Us to understand what is it about and everything, but I did not know there was going to be a series. They even showed us, I believe, a photo of the cast. Yes, I do think I saw a photo of the cast. In comparison between Amazon, Netflix, and HBO, even though I haven't watched a lot of HBO productions, I kinda trust them. So I don't think they will mess with this one Last of Us series in case they are really working on it. If it were a Netflix production, I would be like 50-50. And then Amazon, I'm not sure what to think really. Not sure if Amazon would mess with it or not really mess with it. Speaking on Netflix though, I also was surprised to know that Cowboy Bebop is coming up this month, at least on Netflix Brazil. So now that I'm mostly done with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and the reason why I really started watching it was because Netflix released it, there we go. The other anime that I was waiting forever to finally start watching is also coming to Netflix. It's my chance. So probably later this month, I will be starting Cowboy Bebop finally. And JoJo, I was watching season or arc 5. Not really season 5 because there are some arcs that have more than one season in it. I only watched 2 episodes of arc 5 so far, I need to go back to it. But what I did was to start watching the Netflix spin-off of JoJo that has to do with a character from arc 4, which is the Kishibe Rowan, the mangaka guy, the one that draws the mangas. I watched 1 episode of it. Yes, I did not watch two already, and I did not like it. It was super bad in my opinion. I will finish watching it because there are only 4 episodes, and in total it lasts like 1 hour. But I was wondering, like, Netflix, why are you doing this? It's not really adding much to the story, you know. I don't know. I felt it was unnecessary, but I will complete and finish watching it. Lucario, despite having the clear power advantage, I'm gonna be mad if G-Max Machamp loses. Because Lucario is weak, right? Against Machamp, that's what I was thinking. You say that Lucario has the power advantage, but he has the weakness from the type. But I actually have the feeling he will win, because it's going to be Ash using his Mega Lucario for the first time ever. Lucario is a fan favorite. He's going against the gym leader of Galar, B, the fighting type gym leader. And this is going to be their third match. The first match, Ash lost to her Graplock. The second match, it was a tie between Lucario and Graplock. And then now I believe Ash will win because they probably won't give him a second loss, against her. And now it's going to be her. It's going to be his first time using a mega. So man, I still haven't bought the meat. Okay, I'm going to buy the meat now because I got Agumon and I don't want to keep on forgetting about it. By the way, something else that I was thinking this week, but I may know the answer for that. But as I don't have a pet myself, I mean, my family has a pet, but I kinda don't take care of him. It's like my family's pet. But I was thinking, do animals have headaches? They probably do, right? Logically speaking, it makes sense that they do, but have you guys ever seen an animal having a headache or something? I was wondering that. Or is it something that humans will always suffer in their lives, but not animals? Because animals, I don't know, they can't have a very stressed mind like humans. But I have the feeling they also have headaches. I just never thought about that before. It's one of those strange ideas or strange thoughts that you never really ask yourself. Just like the one that blew my mind a little bit last time. Why is every CEO bald? That's a statement. Oh, you're listening to Victor's music? It sounds good. I feel like it would fit in Ocarina of Time. I know, right? It does have some Zelda feels in there. It has Zelda, Mario, Donkey Kong 64, Final Fantasy. There are some parts of it that remind me of Final Fantasy. Professor Layton as well. In the previous time I heard it, it's really triggering nostalgia to like many directions. Somebody saying that they probably have headaches. I also think so. It's just that I never heard about it. Like, oh, my dog is not feeling well today because he had a headache. So, I never heard somebody saying that before. So I was wondering. They have a better. They do. That's enough reasoning. That's true. When there are fireworks being shot, the dogs get crazy. There are even countries that banned fireworks. I believe either New Zealand or Australia. Is he tired? No, he's just like sleepy. That's funny, he's only 1 year old? I feel like we have been training him for a lot longer than that. Maybe now he's 2 because he just slept, right? Yeah, but he's still super young, like... From what people have said so far, it seems the music really accomplishes what I wanted what I wanted to, which is so awesome. I hope you guys will like it when you're done with it, for sure, man. Be sure to also post on YouTube, right? So we can get more people to check it out. Of course, there we go. Once it's done, it will get a proper release. Oh yeah, uh, I remembered the other topic I had to talk about to Ultras. Man, I have so many things to talk about that I get lost in everything, and then I need to keep on reminding myself of what am I missing to talk about. Yeah, I had like two topics to tell him. One was the Canadian craziness of banned items, right? The other one is regarding chips. Because, and then maybe now, here we go, we're starting the food talk of the weekend. Ultras loves chips, right? He's always having chips while he's watching the stream and everything. Either that or the berries. And then I was watching a video of like some different, although I don't think all of those were that different, potato chips flavors. And then I wanted to know with Ultras and also everybody else if you guys have ever had those potato chips flavors before, or if you think they would be good or bad. Also, hi Scat, what's up, man? And yeah, let's see what are your opinions about it. By the way, Scap, I was saying right now that this month Cowboy Bebop will be released in Netflix Brazil. So probably by the end of the month I will be finally starting that. Maybe they are doing it because of the live action, although I haven't checked the live action trailer they also released recently. Although, from what people said, I believe people were kind of like neutral to positive reaction to it, or like they were not very disappointed, but they also didn't want to raise their hopes that much, like expectations that much. But yes, it's finally happening here, just like what happened to me and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Netflix released it and then I started watching it. Maybe Netflix is like listening to me and then giving me the animes that I must watch. So totally in some days I will be checking it out. But yeah, back to the potato chips talk. The first one that I remember was like a ketchup potato chip. Honestly, that was not too uncommon to me. I have found it and tried it here in Brazil before. And I do like it. Can't say it's better than like getting a neutral potato chip and then dipping it in ketchup yourself and then trying it. It's much better that way with like fresh ketchup than like artificial powdered ketchup flavor or something. But it's good. I don't think it's a bad one. The other one they had in there was lobster. Lobster was new to me, yeah. A lobster potato chip, I don't even know how does it taste like, but probably I wouldn't like it since I don't eat seafood. Then what else did they have in there? I think they had one that was like sweet and it was tasting like chocolate churro. I believe I would like that one too. Even though I can't say I have had a sweet potato chip before. But I do like chocolate churros, so why not, right? That one is popular in there, but not for you. The ketchup one. And then you also have never heard of the lobster potato chip. Yeah, the lobster one sounded very exquisite. Wait, that's you right now regarding the new Cowboy Bebop intro? It looks okay, but it's hopefully not going to be like the Death Note Netflix. I love how I almost said Deathflix. It's not going to be like the Death Note Netflix. Honestly, Scap, I don't think they will mess with it again like that. Though I think they, or at least I want to believe they learned their lessons in there. Especially because they are also working on a second live action of Death Note, so I don't think they will commit the same mistake twice. Like the backlash was strong enough to teach them how to do it right, right? Not saying they will be, let's say, make it work. Maybe there is a chance this Cowboy Bebop will suck, but at the levels of the Death Note adaptation, I doubt it. No, nothing can be worse than that. Hopefully, I'm not like underestimating Netflix capabilities of making something a tragedy, but I do believe they learned some lessons out of it. Nope to that one as well, the chocolate churro. The other big flavor is the all dressed. All dressed? I heard of it before, but I can't really describe it. Is it with like all sorts of herbs and spices? I think there was one with mustard. You know what? Let me get my notes because I know there are other flavors, but I'm now forgetting them. Let me see what else they had in there for the potato chips flavors that I'm probably forgetting. Oh yes, I forgot about this one. So the weird flavors I saw on the video. Wasabi. By the way, I may like it, because the day I tried wasabi, I did not think it was too bad. Is it strong? Yes. Is it spicy as hell? Yes. But it's not too bad. If you don't exaggerate on it, it's not bad. At least that's my impression from wasabi. I did not try it with anything combined. Never mind, I did have a second experience with wasabi before, which was in a wasabi mayo in a burger. And that burger was awesome, by the way. But when I tried wasabi by itself, just to try its own flavor, like without anything else changing its flavor, I did not hate it. I felt like it was much better than what I was expecting, actually. So a wasabi-based potato chip, I can see myself trying it and maybe liking it. The other one is basil. I mean, I love basil, so why not? Maybe it is uncommon for you to find that flavor, but we already have like uh, parsley based potato chips and onion based potato chips as well. Why not basil, right? So I could see that working. Oh yes, there is this one as well that I think it's common here in Brazil. It's the pizza flavored one. I do not see a problem about it either. Yeah, and that was it. And then we had the lobster, the chocolate churro, and the ketchup one. It is hard to describe the all dressed. I know, right? I could not describe it either. But I think I do get what it is. It's like a tangy barbecue sauce. I love barbecue sauce. So the powdered wasabi is mostly powdered horseradish. An American must be making this list. It was from an American video, yeah. Do you know or do you have any other weird or strange or exquisite potato chips flavors in their ultras that are very different than these ones? The pizza chips you have seen they come in and go here in Brazil as well. I have seen them as well. There were the pizza layers and the pizza Doritos even. No, I have not seen the pizza Doritos, and Lay's is not too strong here. Ruffles is the strongest one. Actually, Ruffles and Pringles, I would say. I mean Doritos as well, but I never really I have never really seen Doritos as the same-ish as those other ones, you know, as Ruffles, Lay's, and Pringles. To me, Doritos has always been its own thing. Although in the end they are all potato chips, right? So you have seen the chicken and chicken gravy flavor being popular. Chicken potato chips? I don't think I have seen that in Brazil. You know what's funny? It sounds like something common, but now that I stop to think about it, I don't think I have seen it. Ruffles all dressed is the best all dressed. To me, Ruffles is the best as well. Yes, I prefer Ruffles over all of those other options. Although I would go for Ruffles barbecue. But as you said, all dressed tastes like barbecue, so I would go with you on that. Yes. You are semi-lurky now, Victor. Alright, man, that's okay. You're not a fan of Doritos, Escap? I can eat it, but it's not my favorite either. I can pass. Or I can pick the other potato chips in the supermarket. I would say that I think Doritos are overrated, basically. It's not that I hate it, but I don't see the magic that people see on it, basically. Doritos are not potato chips, but chips. I agree with you, yes. I do not see them together with the rest, so they may not be potato chips for me as well. Why is there so many weird potato chips flavors? I would say that it's just like ice cream flavors, right? Like there will always be a new weird flavor in there. So who knows? Maybe it becomes a hit. Maybe a weird group of people start buying it like crazy or eating it like crazy. Who knows, right? They need to try. They need to try changes. Which, by the way, remind me of another video I watched of like weird combinations of dishes or like weird ways of making some dishes. Is starting with watermelon mustard. Who in here has the guts to like, I'm gonna eat watermelon and mustard? It sounds disgusting, but I gotta say that the people from the video that were trying it, they did like it. Watermelon and mustard. They were saying, oh, the sweetness of the watermelon mixes with the acidity of the mustard, and then you know it's a sweet and savory, and it's a balance. And sure, I mean, I'm not saying you were wrong, but seriously, does it still taste good even though the texture may be horrible? But yeah, watermelon and mustard. Wait, is that a picture of potato chips or something? Give me a second as my computer opens the browser. How were the potato chips you liked? Ultras, were they Vicky's or something? Miss Vicky's maybe? Wait, that actually downloaded the picture? I opened the browser and then a picture was downloaded. So I'm now trying to open the picture. Oh, okay, it is a picture from Lay's. It is the chicken one. Yes, I do not know chicken-based potato chips here in Brazil, and you know what's crazy? I think if this was sold in here, it could have been a big hit. Subaru, have you ever seen that? I have never seen a chicken-based potato chips before in here. But Brazilians love chicken, so you know it's kind of weird that we don't have it. I have no idea how Doritos taste because you can't eat them. Is that because of the smell of them, Victor? But also for some reason that doesn't bother you in the slightest. I'm very surprised you don't know how Doritos taste, man. But at the same time, I can't be, let's say, uh, very critic because there are many things that I have never tried them myself. And one of them is stroganoff, like at least the chicken stroganoff or even the meat stroganoff. I have only tried the chickpeas stroganoff. Yeah, and that happened like few years ago. Guess I shouldn't knock watermelon mustard till I try it. Yeah, the people were liking it. That's what surprised me. I was expecting at least, let's say, one person to hate it, like, do not do this. No, the people that were trying it, they said it's good. I mean, maybe someday we try. But I was, what is the word? I was sus, maybe? I was sus about that. It is weird, right, Victor? It is weird, man. Oh, those are the Miss Vickies. There we go. Still the king. There are probably several things that would not sound like they go together, but do. But society needs to limit, or needs limits on that. It did download the Lay's picture, but that's fine, man. Don't worry. Oh, it's because of the gluten? Are you allergic, Victor? Sabro is saying that he has never seen the chicken potato chips in here. Me neither, man. But don't you think it would be a hit? Like, everybody in Brazil loves chicken. I mean, everybody but me. But continuing the weird dishes combinations. Although this one was not too weird in my opinion. It's just, let's say, uncommon maybe. And I can see somebody like Ultras, for example, trying this out because he loves berries. There was this one trendy idea on TikTok and other social medias that's for a something called natural cereal. And it's pretty much a bowl of berries, like blackberries, blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, everything. And instead of adding milk, what you really add to it is cold coconut water. And then you eat slash drink that bowl like that. So it's like a cereal looking idea but with berries and coconut water. I mean, that sounds okay, I guess. It is weird a little bit, but berries are good. Coconut water is good as well, so in the end it's probably good. I just don't know if it's going to be like um, feeling like it has an extra, you know, when you combine those two flavors together, it will taste extra. Maybe not. But that's another different take on berries for you to try. Maybe Ultras, you can try that. Oh, you have it, man? I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know you had gluten allergy. Sabri is saying that maybe it wouldn't be a big hit in Brazil because of the prices of everything today. Yeah, man, the prices are horrible here, but also it's getting horrible in the rest of the world too. I was thinking that, and then here we go again with economical terms that I may not know the word in English, even though I had this talk before. But in Brazil we have an index maybe that the greater it is, like the greater this index is, the more money you need to spend to buy basic items basically. And that's how we control the prices in Brazilians' economy. But though, but then what I learned today actually was that not only in Brazil the prices are rising, and then pretty much the country's currency has been losing its value thanks to the prices that are rising. It's happening around the world, it's not only here, even though in here we only hear about the Brazilian problem. I learned today that it's happening in all sorts of places, suburb. So, yeah, man, we gotta be careful about the prices today. All thanks to the pandemic, of course. It's like clear water or the milk. Do you mean you have tried it with water? What happens if you just try it with water? Like, does it get the flavors of the? Oh yeah, it will get the flavors of the berries, right? Some people do like to drink flavored water. I see. I was thinking about the coconut water because the coconut water has a taste itself, so it wouldn't be like just plain liquid. But even with some clean water or clear water, it could get the taste from the berries, right? Oh, do you mean the? I think out of those two, it's the clear coconut water, right? Here's what I meant. You get the coconut, you pretty much crack it, and then that's the water. You don't need to do anything else. You can even add a straw and drink it. But I guess that for coconut milk, probably another process is involved, just like what happens to some nuts milk that are out there, like almond milk and stuff, that probably you need to like grind and crush and squeeze those ingredients to get a liquid or an essence out of them that will be the milk. So I believe it's the clear coconut water, yes. It's the transparent water that you just need to crack the coconut and then the water is ready, it's there to drink. That's it. So this one natural cereal idea goes with those berries mixed with clear coconut water then. The other one got my attention, the other idea this video talked about. Carrot bacon. You pretty much get a carrot, you slice it in thin layers like a bacon, you season that, let's say, shaved carrot with a smoked or barbecue sauce and paprika, and then you fry it. And I don't think that sounds good, to be honest. It's an alternative to bacon. Will it be like bacon? Maybe not. But I can kinda see it working. Maybe because of the artificial flavors you are adding to the carrot, but then also because of the carrot sweetness. Speaking of which, my mom has baked carrot cake today, and it's delicious. So I'll be totally eating more of that later. But it's like pure carrot cake. It doesn't have the chocolate layer on top of it. Can I remember any other weird combination? Oh yeah, the last one. The last one was an idea of a sushi donut. It's pretty much a round-shaped sushi, just like a donut, but every part of it has a different, let's say, component of the sushi, right? As I don't eat seafood and many Japanese or Asian food, I can't give my opinion on that. But if you're curious, there is something out there called sushi donut. Out of those ideas, the one that I would try the most is definitely the carrot bacon. And then maybe the clear coconut water plus berries. And then maybe the watermelon mustard. And then the sushi, it's a no-go. Yeah, no, not a fan. Okay, so let's continue the training. Let me get the sirloins. Digimon is back already. So what are you guys having for dinner then? Last time I was telling Bookmark about some things I have been having for lunch a lot, which are quiche and tabule. Man, I'm addicted to those things so much. The cheese quiche this one restaurant here in the hometown has, I'm eating it at least once a week, but most likely twice a week. You ordered some Chinese stuff today. Have you had quiche before, Ultras? Do you know what is it? Bookmark knew what was it before. Although she was saying that many places in the US they kinda serve quiches in a weird way, or like some people get annoyed in the way that some people slice the quiches in like rectangular shapes. I can understand what she was saying, but as long as the food is good, like the shape people are slicing it doesn't bother me at all. Yes, a quiche. It looks like a pie, but it's not a pie. Your friend came up for the day yesterday, and then you guys saw many nice Corvettes. I remembered you when I was watching a video about some of the remarkable games throughout the years and stuff. They were pretty much giving me a timeline of important games that were released. When they were talking about the Gran Turismo game, they were showing me like lots of Corvette options. Then I was like, man, Ultras would like to play Gran Turismo someday. Oh, it's like, how do you pronounce it then? You have only heard it pronounced quiche. Oh, quiche. Was I saying quiche? Yeah, right. Probably I was saying quiche. Quiche makes more sense in English. That's true. Quiche. I need to learn how to bake it because I'm getting so addicted to that thing. Subaru's dinner was rice with mashed potatoes that were leftovers from yesterday and sausage. I'm not surprised there is sausage in there. And sausage that was leftovers from today's lunch. What I had? Oh yes, I had rice, black beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, and sweet potato. Yeah, I had not baked, cooked, cooked sweet potatoes for lunch. And then tomorrow I probably will be eating some leftovers. There are a few ways to prepare them, but you have never heard of anyone causing a fuss. Yeah, me neither. I was a bit surprised. Bookmark was saying that she knew some people that could cause a fuss for like the way people will be serving the dish, because like she was saying that some people get annoyed that they look rectangular. I was like, yeah, maybe if they were more shaped like a triangle and then like a pie, maybe some people would be more pleased to eat it. But in the end, what matters to me is the taste. So if I'm getting a rectangle or like a triangle, I'm good as long as it tastes good, and it does taste good. So I was a bit surprised about that fuss. You had some spinach and Swiss, ham and cheddar, bacon and onion, and some broccoli cheddar. What? Oh, just wait. I'm confused. There are so many things in there. Are you talking? Oh, wait. Maybe we're talking about the quiche flavors. You have like spinach and Swiss, ham and cheddar. Oh, a bacon and onion sounds so good. And then the broccoli cheddar. My parents have been ordering some broccoli and garlic pizza, and they have been liking it a lot. Together with the margarita pizza. Some are like 3 or 4 kinds of cheese. And then you used to make a lot of quiche when you cooked at the old folks' home. Dude, I need to learn it because I imagine it's easy to bake, right? I did learn how to bake cherry tomato basil pie. So I'm guessing it's going to be along the same lines because I believe the is it the dough or the batter now? Wait a minute. It is the dough, right? Because you need to put your hands on it and then shape it. The dough for it is probably kind of like the same of a pie, I guess. Wait, you use it to cook like 12 to 15 at a time? Dude! Yeah, that's a lot of quiche. And by the way, I wish I were there eating it. Oh yes, I did try something new this week though. But it's something very Brazilian, so it's better for me to show it to you. I will get my other phone again because it probably can show you a better picture. So give me a second. Oh, actually my phone is fully recharged, so it's good for me to keep on going with it. So I went to the grocery or to the grocery store, and in there I was buying some fruit pulp, right? And I decided to go for a new one that I never tried before. In Portuguese, it's called cupuaçu. Cupuaçu. It's like a weird fruit, very weird looking fruit. This is the cupuaçu fruit that I tried the juice this week. Have you tried that before, Subaru? Maybe it is a distant fruit connected to like jackfruit or something, but it's smaller. It looks a little bit like it, but it's smaller, I would say. And I gotta say, I did like it. It has a very, very, very exotic taste, especially in the first drink or in the first sip. The first sip is like opening your tongue to exoticness, and then in the end of the sip, you kind of taste the fruit's flavor. I remember how weird it felt when I first tried it. It was like all of my tongue discussing to itself, like, what is this? What is happening? I was kind of feeling like I was part of that movie Inside Out, that I could see my brain working and stuff. Yes, when I took the first sip, I was in a what is this wildness taste that I'm feeling? It's something very exotic, but it's so hard to describe though. It comes with an exoticness at first, and then once it settles, you feel a sour taste that's good and common to some citric fruits or citric berries, right? So it is an amazing fruit. I did like it a lot. It did remind me of another Brazilian berry fruit and stuff. That is this other one. I will show you a picture. Yeah, it reminded me of this other berry fruit thing right here. It's called mangaba. It's also very sour and somewhat exotic. But this one was better, in my opinion. It was like mangaba, but better. Yeah, this is the mangaba. So yes, I'm very happy with this new fruit taste to my life. I'm definitely buying more frozen pulp of it for new juices or for more juices in the future. But I will not forget how I felt in the first sip. It was so crazy. It was I, it's so hard to explain because the flavor was so new or so crazy that it was kind of like tasting like nothing, but is still giving you some sort of refreshness. It was kind of refreshing my mouth into a non-identified taste that was even close to nothing since I could not identify it. And then in the end of the sip, the sourness came and then completed the taste of it. Very, very exotic thing, but very good. I do like myself some sour juices, so I was down for that. Sabro has never tried it. Try it, man. Cupuaçu. Look for frozen pulp in supermarkets. Also, go for Cajá. Have you ever had Cajá? Cajá is one of my favorite juices out there. It's so good. But it's definitely not common down here in the southeast. I'm only aware of those fruits because of my family that's from the northeast region, and then I'm more used to those fruits because of it, because they are from there. So you guys got a pie crust. Okay, it's not a batter or a freaking dough, right? It's a pie crust. We got a we got the pie crust shells already ready to bake, and then you fill them with beaten egg with whatever garnishes inside that were needed, and that's all it is. Some beat eggs mixed with stuff you like, put in the oven and bake. Oh, so that's how it goes. You need to mix it with some eggs, like cheese and eggs, which makes sense. Maybe that's why it's so delicious tasting. And then you can blind bake the crust depending on the kind as well. And there are some traditional quiche, but you can do whatever, no limit, like topping a pizza. Yeah, that's true. The most common one is the cheese ones, but you did give me some examples of delicious toppings too, like the onion and bacon one, or the spinach. I can also see somebody making a tomato basil one too. So now are you 3 years old? Yes. Um, I will give him a little bit more of speed because look at his offense, right? Oh my god, I need to train more of his speed now. I was training his HP like crazy forever, but now I don't need to because I was training his HP for him to become a Gumon, but not for him to become a champion. For him to become a champion, I need more speed like crazy. So hopefully I'm not too late on this training now. But do I think if this will work? I don't think so. But at the same time, I feel like I have tried everything else. But let's suppose this is not it. What should I try in the next cycle? Maybe messing with his discipline or his happiness, maybe his discipline or his wave. Although in case it is Monochromon, then I would imagine he's a heavy Digimon. Right now he's very happy, so Yeah, because he's very happy right now, I doubt he'll turn into Tyrannomon. He could become Greymon, but I don't think he has many good stats for the other things besides HP and speed and attack. But maybe speed, attack, and HP are enough for him to turn into Greymon. Centauромon, I don't think so because it's like the brains option. We learned that defense was the Birdramon's option while magic points was the Maramon option. It must be this, right? I would say he's either turning into the new Digimon or Greymon right now. Unless there is an HP option that I'm not realizing, and then I could also be getting it. Oh my god, he's very, very heavy already. Um, let's not feed him right now. Oh! Okay, let's see what's happening. Oh no, are you serious? Okay, I was not predicting this result though. Yes, this... Is this because of the HP? Oh my god, this is going to be harder than what I wanted. I was like, oh yes, let's predict Agumon's Digivolutions, right? Because it's going to be easier than Gabumon's. You know what? Now I don't know, because the more I study this chart, the less I understand it. Maybe if I were dealing with something that I don't understand completely, I could have better luck. Because I wouldn't be fooling myself. Anyway, I got Birdramon, so... She can only digivolve into Phoenixmon, or I could be using one of my items. I have a problem here though, because I was so focused on the speed that I did not train defense, and the problem I had before with Adamon was the defense. It's that I'm only thinking that each Digimon is a single status. I mean, focused on a single status, but definitely more than one, right? Especially because every training in here will give you more than one status improvement. Like, you're never really training only a single thing. You're always training multiple things at once. Normally two stats at once, right? But this is very odd because the previous knowledge I had from Birdramon was that Birdramon was a defense option. And look at us now. The defense is the lowest, but I still have Birdramon. I believe the best solution for us right now is for us to turn Birdramon into Phoenixmon, right? And not go for the items we have. So, since we are going to deal with you right now, I should balance your stats. So I'm going to train your defense. I can actually be training your defense if I go and train your magic points too. So I'm changing the plan a little bit. Maybe there was only one Birdramon with high defense, not specifically that Birdramon needed the defense. That's actually a very good analysis. I was not thinking like that. Maybe what really gives me a Birdramon is speed. Or HP as well, because my HP was high. But that makes this way worse than what I was hoping for, because I may not have a way to crack down the perfect recipe for this champion, right? If like multiple stats are mattering this much. Why are you not training it? There we go. What else? I could try thinking on combos like you said, maybe defense and HP together. Because this was a combination of HP, attack, and speed. But I am a little bit sad though, because I really wanted to believe that the speed was the answer that I was missing out. Oh my god. Okay, back to more magic points and defense training. Since now we're either going for the tournaments or for Analog Man. So Subaru, you haven't started playing Persona 4, right? You stopped in Persona 3 Portable. Maybe because of that, I don't think there is a... Oh, never mind, there is the Persona 4 Golden for the Vita, right? Which is also another portable console. I have been watching a playthrough of Persona Q right now. Even though it's not like the best Persona game ever, it's good to see that the person that's playing it has been enjoying the characters or seeing the characters again, and also their interactions, especially the crossover interactions. And I did like the first Persona kill more than the second, so it's been good to remember it. You don't have a way to emulate the PS Vita. Oh, but you don't know if you can do it? Maybe you can try it still? I also never tried it, because when I played Persona 4, I was emulating a PlayStation 2 emulator. Or maybe I should say the PS2 game. But the thing is that I cannot stream it since my computer can't, or at least so far couldn't handle the stream plus the game. I should test it again after these years, but I don't feel too confident. Oh, never mind. If I'm playing Persona 4, I should actually play the Steam version, because I did get the Steam version, or maybe I should say I was gifted the Steam version. But then regarding Persona 3, I would need to play it on an emulator for PS2 or the PSP version. Unless, Atlas, you decide to also drop the other Persona games on Steam. I'm still upset they started this fuss with like, oh yes, the Persona 25th anniversary website, and then so far you can only download wallpapers on it. Where are the other announcements? There was a Nintendo Direct perfect for them to give us an announcement, but maybe they only talked about the new Shin Megami Tensei game, Shin Megami Tensei 5, which by the way it's looking very good, but not Persona news. You know what? Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe they are waiting for the release of Shin Megami Tensei 5 to finally drop Persona news. And thank goodness it's happening soon. The release of the Shin Megami Tensei 5. I will pay more attention to that release because of that now. It makes sense. They do not want to promote the other games if they have a big title up to be released, right? Now it's making sense to me. I was like, why is it not happening? By the way, I'm getting a little bit sleepy, so I may not go for too much longer, I think. But let's see how far we can get with Birdramon, or if we can at least get an ultimate. I'm trying to remember other topics that I saw in these days. I remember another one. It was talking about horrible games that people love. And I will not go throughout the list because many titles in there I think nobody here has tried them or know those games. But the 4 titles that surprised me in that list were actually one of the Spyro games. I still gotta play Spyro, but it seems that there was a Spyro spin-off game that sucked, although I do not remember its name. But it was like a Spyro game that you need to take care of a farm or a city or something like that. It looked like a farm. You know those Harvest Moon-like games? That's how it felt to me regarding this Spyro game. The other one is a Crash Bandicoot game, which was not too surprising to me because many recent Crash games have been kind of bad in quality. And this one they listed was Crash 2 Insanity. I have heard people saying good and bad things about it, so I can understand it's a bad game that some people like or love it. Maybe I actually should say that I have heard more good things about it than bad. And it is a game I would like to try someday if I could. Somebody saying that PS2 gives him a little bit of lag. or more lag than a PSP emulation. He's not sure if it's worth trying, but try the Vita. Maybe the Vita will give you less trouble, right? And then another game that was listed was Shrek Party. I have heard about it because it's a famous party game. Can't say that I would be trying it myself someday, but it seems that some people do love it, even though it's a trash game. But the, let's say, most expected games to be in this list are for sure some of the Sonic games, like Shadow the Hedgehog, which seems to be very famous, but it has its popularity still. And especially the number one in the list, Sonic the Hedgehog, the first one 3D crazy Sonic game with all of those music bangers. Still never played it. I know it's going to be a very glitchy game, but in fact many people love that game, even with all of its flaws. I was talking about some animes, like how I have been feeling disappointed towards the Dragon Quest anime a little bit. I also decided to go back to an anime that I watched in 28 or like 2008, right? Which is Deltora Quest. Back in the day, back in 28, I remember loving that anime and recommending it to people and stuff. But now that I'm kind of rewatching it, it's like my new anime to watch before falling asleep. I also wouldn't recommend it. I was saying that I may not recommend Dragon Quest anymore because I'm kind of missing some consequences to the protagonist or like some serious things to happen in the show. And regarding this one, the Tora Quest, now that I'm rewatching it older and like being more critical, some things in there also don't make sense. Like they jump from problems into solutions out of nowhere, and I'm like, wait, why? Or what? So because of that, because some things are not really making sense to me, plot-wise, I'm realizing that show is not as great as what I remembered. Which is sad, like when you go back to something and then you realize that, maybe this is not so great and then I was overhyped back in the day. It's not bad, but it is disappointing to realize the flaws it has. Yes, I'm also feeling that when watching the Tora Quest. But I still love it because it was very entertaining to me. I like many songs, like openings and endings of it. Especially the first opening, I think it's such a good song. But yeah, and the problem is that in the most important battles or moments in the show, that's when the problems happen. When there is a crazy solution that was not really well explained. But I'll see, I do think I will finish rewatching it. And then probably jump into Cowboy Bebop, or maybe even Monster Rancher. I still need to go back to Monster Rancher. Okay, so I need more defense still, right? Oh yes, I do. if in my Netflix I have Ruby. I think I don't. Yes, I don't have that one. But I can find it in the app that I also watch animes. It just gave me a net though. Yeah, I found it. There are many seasons, I guess. Oh my god. 8 seasons? Or are those 8 movies? This is the new animated series by Rooster Teeth. The story focuses in a group of 4 girls in their first year in a legendary institute where they learn how to fight against monsters. Oh my, actually, maybe those are seasons. Like, there are 16 episodes in season 1. Yep, this is a little bit like a long show. Are the episodes short? Yeah, there are 8 seasons in here. I will add it to my watch list in here. Last weekend I was talking about a series, a South Korean series I watched, but I was thinking that the English name was the same as the Portuguese name, and they are not. Actually, the more the days pass by, the more popular this series gets. And I was saying that, oh, the show I watched is Round 6. And then I learned that in English it's not called Round 6, it's called the Squid Game. Yeah, that's the show I was talking about last stream or last weekend. And I actually had a dream one of these days with that show, with the Squid Game. I do not remember how was the dream anymore. I think it just had some characters of the show in my dream or something. But I did have a dream with it. And then today I see memes of the Squid Game everywhere on Twitter. Every freaking where. Even on WhatsApp. Or WhatsApp? Yes, even on WhatsApp. And I was surprised because when I was watching it, it was not popular. I kind of jumped into it by my own. And when I told my friend that I was watching it, I said like, I don't know if I would recommend this because it's one of those weird shows for strange people. And then now I'm realizing that maybe there are more weird people than what I thought. Because everybody's kind of jumping into or maybe even people that I never expect to be curious about it. Like some friends of mine, they were also wondering, and one of them actually started watching it, but she kind of gave up. I was like, seriously, you guys are trying this series out? So yeah, the Squid Game has been a big hit in Brazil at least. So Ruby started a little bit with low budget, but it does get better with every season. You saw that there were videos about it, dude. It's exploding in popularity. I could not understand or believe that, but you did not watch it, so I don't think it's bad. It is not a bad show. It's actually very surprising as you keep on watching it. But at the same time, it's not something I would recommend to anybody. The best way to put it is what I said. It's a weird show for strange people. So just jump into it if you're curious, if you like Battle Royale slash Hunger Games type of stories. But at the same time, it is very, let's say, I don't want to say predictable, but the formula has been around for so long that you can kind of already understand how the formula works, you know. At the same time it goes on those lines, it can also be a little bit surprising in some other lines. But in the end, it's not like a really mind-blowing, amazing production that will, oh my god, you know, go to my favorite things ever. But it is entertaining. So that's why I don't think it is like a complete waste or, that's why I don't say I was wasting my time. No, I actually enjoyed the show because it was entertaining. It's just not like, I don't know, something that will change our life forever like Dark. Or something that, I don't know, was somewhat very, very, very special to me. So that's the Squid Game people have been. Yes, Victor, are you also getting the memes on Twitter? It is a crazy Hunger Games Saw and Battle Royale stuff. Like, there is a lot of deaths and kills and blood and everything. I'm still shocked that show blew like that. Maybe people didn't have anything else to watch or something, and then they all jumped into it. But maybe I should also give some props to Netflix because I only jumped into it because of their advertisement of the show. Like, I turned the TV on and then I put on Netflix, and then the first thing that was there being recommended to me was the Squid Game. And then I read the tiny summary of it that was saying that it's like a in a game with like competitions and battle royale stuff. Only somebody can win and, I don't know, get the reward in the end of it. So I was like, okay, I'm kind of sold because I do like battle royale stuff, Hunger Games and all, and let me see what's this about. But yes, when I was watching it, I was like, okay, maybe this is not for everyone. But in the end, it's been for everyone. Like, everybody has been liking it a lot. So I kind of underestimated the show a little bit. Wait, you were thinking it was something memey about Splatoon? I mean, you are not wrong. Like, the name is Squid Game, right? I'm actually surprised they named it like that in English, because in Portuguese it's called Round 6. And even though I understand why does it have the name Squid Game, Round 6 is a much better name for it. Because it pretty much says that the game has 6 rounds, and then you gotta be the survivor in the end of the 6 rounds the game has, right? But it's called the Squid Game because of actually the beginning of the show. But it's kind of misleading, like a Squid Game? Is it about creatures that live in the sea or something? I thought it was a very bad title for it. In English. But yeah, in the end, it's a Hunger Games sort of series. Is it bad? No. But it's good if you like those stories, or if you like competitions like that, that it's like a living or dying situation. But yes, the thing that I like the most about that show were the script or like plot different decisionings, because there were very moments that I was like, ha ha ha, they would never do that. I know they are like kind of showing the options to me right now in this story, and then they want to fool me to think they would go into that direction in the plot in here, but I know they won't, and then they go for it. So for those moments that I was like doubting the plot to go in some certain directions, and then they actually went on those directions. I was like, even for the good or the bad, or like for the better or the worse, regarding those weird decisions of the plot, I respect the show a lot for doing that, because it's definitely bold for them to do such things when you are not really expecting them to take those paths, you know? So it was interesting. Uh, some decisions from the plot. But besides that, it's another story of, I don't know, Battle Royale, Hunger Games, sort of things like that. But just like what Sabro said about Ruby anime, it does get better as you keep on watching it. Yes, the quality increases, the plot gets more interesting, um, even the visuals get better as well, like the graphics. And you do wanna know how is it going to end too, so you kinda start binging the last episodes of it. But since we are talking about shows, a show that I'm really hyped for, it's by the creators of Dark. It's 1899 and it's coming next year. Not sure when, but next year, hopefully soon. And one of the things that I have been theorizing or curious about this show is regarding the Bermuda Triangle, because it's about a ship that's traveling in the ocean with lots of different people from all sorts of countries, and I'm thinking they may have some references in there in the story to the Bermuda Triangle mysteries. And coincidentally, I did get in my feed a Bermuda Triangle video that was talking about some crazy situations that happened in there. And one of the situations was about this one plane trip that the pilot was traveling to Miami and he went across the Bermuda Triangle. It was a supposedly an hour and a half long trip. That's like the expected amount of time for the trip to be completed. But then when he was crossing the Bermuda Triangle, something very crazy happened regarding the clouds in there. He was saying that in some parts of his trip, the clouds kind of were looking like a vortex, like the clouds were shaping like a vortex, and he kind of entered that tunnel of clouds. And when he was looking around the clouds, there were some flashes of light, in some spots of it. Very weird looking flashes of light. And not only he had to deal with those strange vortexes or like tunnels of clouds once. No, he actually dealt with like two of those things, and the second was even longer. And he was very worried because that um, cloud formation was even messing with his communication devices. Like he couldn't detect things that much anymore. Like the magnetism of his plane was kind of crazy. Like the compass was going wild, and then the radar as well. And then after he was finally able to leave that freaking vortex of clouds with lights and stuff, he got to know that in the station in Miami, like the airplane station or in the airport, they were saying that they could not detect any moving plane in that area for a lot of time until suddenly a new a new, how is that word in English? Um, UFO, right? A new UFO kind of was spotted in the radars. Like out of nowhere, it was clear, and then suddenly, boom! I spotted there. What is this? Like just showed up in the radars. And then in the end of the trip, they realized that the guy was able to have this travel not in an hour and a half, but in 40 minutes. And he was saying that he went into some crazy vortexes of clouds that seemed to be messing with his compasses and radars, and then the airport could also not localize the plane. He had more fuel than he was planning to have because the trip was faster than what he was expecting. Question mark, question mark, question mark, right? What the heck is happening in that area? And then it seems that even the scientists like NASA and stuff, they have their own issues with the area because how can I explain this? They kind of think that area will have some sort of weird situations happening because of how the Earth's magnetism looks like, and there is like a it's better if I had a picture to show to you actually, but it seems that there is like an empty gap that kind of has the Earth's magnetism right there in like the Atlantic Ocean that could be getting to the Bermuda Triangle too. So basically what I'm saying is that there are many stories of crazy things happening in there that could be connected to the disappearance of so many ships and also other planes that cross the Bermuda Triangle. Plus the scientists in NASA also struggle to understand what's going on in there because it's a empty spot, or like it's an unusual spot in Earth for magnetism or magnetic activities basically. So yeah, I was very surprised by that story. There were other stories too. That was not the only case, but that was the most interesting one that I heard from the video. And I can't wait to see the series bringing up mysteries such as this one. Also, hello for I'm sorry, I'm not sure to how to say your username. 4R. I will call you 4. Welcome. How do you play this game blind? Just based off sounds? What do you mean by just based on? No, no, no. I'm not blind, man. Okay, I get what he's saying. He's thinking that I'm really blind. No, no, no. It's blind because it's like my first time playing it. It's not. It's not like blindfolded or that I'm blind. No, no, no. It's just that it's just my first time playing this. My first experience ever with this game. Is it talking about flat? No, not flat Earth. No, flat Earth is not a thing. Yeah, I was talking about the Bermuda Triangle situation because there is a show coming up next year on Netflix that's called 1899. That it's by the creators of Dark, and Dark is like my favorite series ever. And just like Dark, I'm expecting it to have many references of all sorts of things. And as this show will have a ship traveling across the ocean, and then weird situations will happen to those people in the ship, I'm expecting a Bermuda Triangle reference to happen in there too, because they may be crossing it. And as I'm kind of like very curious to understand or to predict what's going to happen to the series and everything, I decided to watch this one Bermuda Triangle video with real stories about the Bermuda Triangle. So that's what I was talking about. If the Earth is round, how does that explain the paper maps? I was even saying earlier, by the way, that maps are, or some maps are banned in Morocco, by the way, because they were like having fights and discussions of like, oh, but this piece of land, it's my territory, it's not yours and stuff. So maps in there are kind of banned. So you know what, Scap? In Morocco, the existence of some paper maps may not exist because it's banned. But it's only like very Very precise maps I'm talking about. Some vague maps, I believe they are allowed, because how would they live without any sort of maps? But very precise ones are banned, because they have a lot of fights in there towards uh, the territories, basically. Hey, guess what? The Earth isn't actually round. I mean, you may have a point in there, right? It's not a perfect sphere, I guess. It's a no-blade spheroid. Maps are based off of the sphere we live on. And if you make the sphere flat, then it becomes the map. You made me think if there is like a... Probably there is one for sure, right? Like a round map? Yeah, like that. Of course, the globes, right? That people have as decoration at their homes. Maybe those are more precise than the flat maps. Which, by the way, that's a very good piece of decoration. I should get one someday. Some people like Victor will have their Rubik Cubes as decoration. I need one of those globes. By the way, am I training speed? I should be training defense. Let me just go a little bit back on the chat because I believe I missed some things you guys said. Yeah, I missed what Subber said right there. Subber was researching about the PS Vita emulator, and it doesn't run many games, like Persona 4. It just runs the intro, and then it kind of glitches in the middle of the game, and then you cannot really play it. Yeah, man, maybe then you need to wait for either being able to run the PS2 emulator, or if you can get it on Steam someday. But that's sad because I think you would like Persona 4 maybe even more than Persona 3. Your, your fiancé believes that Antarctica is a nice wall like in the Game of Thrones. It's funny how um, many people have been kind of talking to me about Antarctica lately. One of these days, Pilot was saying that um, I think he himself went to Antarctica or something, or it was one of the places he most wanted to visit in the Earth. Yes, that's it. He wanted to travel to Antarctica, and then another person in here said that they went to Antarctica. So I was like, seriously? You guys have been there? It's one of those places that not many people talk about. I did a few Rubik Cubes too. I never actually tried solving one, and I honestly don't think I could solve one. Maybe if I check on like solutions and formulas to solve, maybe I can, but then I think it's cheating. I never really took the challenge. That was Admiral Sasha Baron Cohen? Wait, what? Well, that's not good. But I still have some more space before the virus bar is complete. Let me see. I'm still going for defense here, right? I'll go back to the magic points training. and get the defense increase in smaller bits. You thought that was Baron von Mingel? I have no idea what you guys are talking about, honestly. Oh yeah, Scab. What were your thoughts about the ActRaiser remake we are getting? Because when I saw that happening, I was like, oh, this is the game Scap wanted me to try. Even though I cannot really see myself playing it, but you're a big fan of it, right? I'm guessing you were really excited for it because just like the announcement for the Advanced Wars 1 plus 2 recamp or something, it's one of those announcements that nobody is waiting for, and then suddenly, boom, there it is. And good job, Nintendo. Keep on doing that. Keep on bringing back some old classics that nobody is expecting to happen. Because even if it's not, for example, my game to play, I do feel excited and happy for the fans of it. Or sometimes I can feel even more curious to play them. I did feel more curious to play Advanced Wars, for example. ActRaiser, I'm still like, not sure, but it's good to see those games getting some love after so many years for sure. Maybe I should also say the Metal Slug franchise, although now they are resurrecting it with a different take, but I think it still counts because now it's going to be a tactics game. So how old is Bergamot now? 7 years old? Okay, so it looks neat. I thought it was looking very good as well. And you do love the original. You are getting it eventually, but you have got your hands on a couple Metroidvanias right now. Um, right now you're playing. Oh, you're playing Hollow Knight, and you pre-ordered Metroid Dread. Yes, I was going to say Metroid Dread because I think it's coming out soon, right? Although at the same time it's coming out soon, Nintendo never stops on dropping trailers for that game, and then many people are like avoiding spoilers or like trying to not check those trailers anymore. And they are right. Nintendo has been dropping so much information about Metroid Dread. Like, come on, Nintendo, you have gotten the attention from the fans already, so like everybody kind of wants to play the game. You don't need to like pressure and advertise the game that much anymore. Like people are already in your hands, like they are already buying the game, so calm down and advertise your other titles, I guess. But what about Hollow Knight? There was somebody, and that was like the only person that told me that they didn't like Hollow Knight that much, but besides that one person that I can't remember who was it, everybody else loves Hollow Knight. There was one thing though that I was not very impressed at first regarding Hollow Knight, even though I still haven't played it myself, but it was in a video that they were talking about video game music, and one of the soundtracks they had in there was Hollow Knight soundtrack. They were saying like top songs or OSTs you must check from video games, and Hollow Knight was there. Although the music they used as an example, I don't want to say it's a bad song, of course not, but I was not very impressed by it. So maybe if I finally play Hollow Knight someday, I can hear the rest of the soundtrack and be more amazed by it. But yeah, my first impression of the song they used as an example, I was not very sold on it. But I know it's just like an initial impression, and that the game and the music is much better than um, this first impression per se. Also, I believe, Scap, you should try playing the Deltarune, right? Because you really liked Undertale. So I also think you should go after the Deltarune chapters. They have been giving away too much. Yes, they even made a website with like 8 parts or something. Unless Metroid Dread is going to be a very long game with like lots of secrets and plot development and everything, which I kinda doubt it. They are already giving a lot of the plot. Like, you would think they learned their lesson with Smash. Do you mean regarding the characters in Smash? I mean, regarding the Smash Brothers announcements, I kinda like it. But if you stop to think about it that way, yeah, they do give a lot of information to us regarding Smash. They even break down the characters, right? Maybe it's because I got too used to those Sakurai Presents that I don't mind it, especially now that we're going to have the last one this week. But they do break down everything too much for us. Let me just check the tournaments. I don't think I will be joining any of them, but just out of curiosity, who knows? Maybe there is like a rank 1, not rank 1, a version 1 Digimon, and then I can enter it. I were not exactly impressed with the visuals at first, but when you actually get your hands on with the game, it's pretty fun. I was impressed by it, like, I'm not a Metroid fan, at least not yet, but the game did impress me a little bit. Especially the concept. I did like the concept a lot, like the idea of having a invincible foe chasing you. Just like some sort of Resident Evil stuff. Speaking on which, we still didn't have any more news on the supposed DLC that Resident Evil 7, is it 7? No, it's 8. Resident Evil 8 is getting, right? We do have tournaments in here, look at this. We have the Fire Digimon tournament. Okay, yeah. Do I have a chance on this? Probably not. But sure. Let's at least see how is it like. Yeah, my biggest problem right now regarding that tournament is my brains, or are my brains. But now it's too late, right? Well, at least I have many options for fire or fire attacks. Especially Prominence Beam right here. You're going to call it a night, Victor? Okay, man. Have a good week and take care. I hope you can have a great week too. Sleep well, both of us. And send me more updates on those songs you're working on, man. And I hope you can go for the inspirations or ideas I gave you, though. But take care, Victor. Have a good night. I talk to you. So we're saying that there takes some times, or they will take some time to work on a DLC that was not in the plans. Oh yeah, it was because of popular demand, right? That they are working on a Resident Evil 8 DLC. I wonder if I will be brave enough to check it out when it's out, because I have been avoiding my least favorite creature so far in the Resident Evil games, which is that freaking... Can I say it? I don't even know if I should say it because... Like, I don't want to spoil it. But I will just say that there is a horrifying thing in the depths of like the second section of the game that is the worst thing in Resident Evil. It's even worse than Nemesis. And because of that, I'm kinda being careful when I'm dealing with content from that game. Otherwise, I would be probably watching playthroughs and stuff, but it's because I don't wanna see that thing again. So if this DLC has something to do with that, or like, you know, brings it back or something, I will suffer. But I wanna believe it's not going to be related to it. But in any case, I should be careful. Tomorrow you'll be sending me the piano bit. Okay, sounds like a plan, man. If anything, it's the Metroidvania formula you like, transversing and exploration and whatnot, and then the alien goth visuals and music are just cool aspects of them. You probably also did like a lot the collection for Castlevania, right? They have like 4 games from the GBA. Now you kinda want Yooka-Laylee to be a Metroidvania? Well, we got the Yooka-Laylee 2D platform. If they change it a little bit, maybe? But a Yooka-Laylee like a Metroidvania? That's some crazy ideas right there. Speaking of crazy ideas, I don't think I can go, or I should go for another movie here. Like, Prominence Being is all I need, right? Prominence Being is all I need. It's strong, it doesn't use a lot of magic points. Let's go for it. Man, I still gotta play Yooka-Laylee, by the way. I do have both games, but I still gotta play it. So we have the tournament tomorrow, and if I could train something else here, I would go for HP because it's also going to raise my offense. You almost have impossible lair beaten, except for the lair itself. It's so hard. You know who else is dealing or used to deal with the same situation as you? Victor. I still think that Victor hasn't beaten Yooka-Laylee for the same reasons. And I have not beaten Banjo-Tooie so far, because I could not beat the final boss of it. Someday it will happen for sure, because I love that game and I deserve to overcome that struggle. But still today, I have not beaten Banjo-Tooie. Speaking on rare games, I just remembered a fact, or at least a rumor. Happily, we are getting Banjo-Kazooie, right? For the DLC for the Nintendo Online Service or something like that, the X-Station or something. But there are some rumors saying that Banjo-Kazooie may not be the only rare game that could be included in that pack. And it seems that we could have some little hopes of also getting Diddy Kong Racing. And in case that's true, I think it's going to be a fantastic add to that new collection of Nintendo 64 games. Would it be my personal pick? Of course not. I would go for Banjo-Tooie because I love Banjo-Tooie. I think it's one of the best Nintendo 64 games. But if I think about the variety and also, let's say, things that also deserve more attention and love, Diddy Kong Racing is a good pick for that. Because Diddy Kong Racing was fantastic and it gets very shadowed by other racing games such as Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing, now even Chocobo Grand Prix is also coming up, and no Diddy Kong Racing revival or return. So honestly, I cannot complain if Diddy Kong Racing does make to that list of Nintendo 64 games, even if I would rather have Banjo-Tooie myself. Everyone would lose their shit if Go. Oh my god, I was not thinking about GoldenEye. I would lose my shit with GoldenEye too because GoldenEye is one of the very few little exceptions of shooting games I have played in my life. Dude, but I doubt it though. Wasn't GoldenEye full of problems for them to remake it? Because there were some plans on remaking GoldenEye once, right? And then something went wrong in the process regarding, I believe, copyrights, and then the remake never happened. I believe that's how the story goes. I don't know, man. But people would lose their shit so much. Yes. And I'm surprised I was not thinking about it because you were so damn right. It's totally one of the best games they could add to that. For sure. Maybe even more than Perfect Dark, because many people say Perfect Dark is better than GoldenEye. But then regarding the multiplayer, I have more memories myself, and also I have the impression myself that people used to prefer the multiplayer of the original GoldenEye than Perfect Darks. And speaking of which, when is Nintendo going to tell us the pricing for that, right? I know they were saying, oh yeah, it's out late October, but it was a very weird move of theirs to not give us the pricing yet. But at the same time, I don't think it's going to be that much expensive. Otherwise, it will backfire them. You know another game that would break the internet? Pokemon Stadium. So many people want to have a Pokemon Stadium come back, right? Especially Nubble that was here earlier. And playing those minigames online, dude. I would play only the minigames to be honest. The Pokemon battles I'm fine. Those were the minigames. Why is she leaving the hospital before eating meat? Okay, so let's sleep and then... Oh, you are still hungry? Okay. Here's your dinner and then go to bed. So I was talking about ActRaiser, and also um, I almost said what I was going to say later. I said ActRaiser and Advanced Wars. There we go. And how people were happy for them to be remembered and their comeback and stuff. What about Golden Sun? There we go. I almost said it before the time. That's another franchise that everybody has been waiting for super long, and then Nintendo is not giving the fans the attention they deserved. I should also say F-Zero, but at least now F-Zero X is coming to this Nintendo 64 pack, so it's something. But I was thinking about Golden Sun, like the day Nintendo gives us a surprise announcement of Golden Sun being revived or resurrected, it is going to be very good. You're not sure about the pricing yet, but I will get the expansion nonetheless. I think the multiplayer for the Nintendo 64 games is worth the expansion. Because if it were only the single player, then maybe not. But being able to play it online with your friends, it sounds so much fun. Like Mario Tennis, man. Mario Tennis 64 is still the best Mario Tennis in my opinion. So I believe the multiplayer I'm the most hyped to play is that for sure. Then of course Mario Kart 64, F-Zero, I said it now, but I gotta say that I can't see myself being good at those games because they are too hard for me. There is also that, yes, the regular online price is very cheap, especially in comparison to the other competitors like Xbox and PlayStation, and especially if you can be part of a family plan. I remember checking the pricing in Brazil for that. If I'm not mistaken, even though I can't remember the number anymore, like can't be precise on that, but I think that if you are part of a family plan for this service, you only pay like 20 something reais for the whole year, which is like $4, I guess, something close to that. If you're part of the family plan, of course. If you're not, then it's way more expensive than that. But still, in comparison to the other two, it's still quite cheap, right? But what makes that expansion valuable to me is the online. If they were just like simple ports and no online feature, I don't know if I would really feel that excited for them. But yeah, the online sounds very good. So the tournament will happen right now, and even though I don't have great expectations for winning, I wanna believe that Birdramon will do better than Vademon, because she probably has more defense than Vademon, and this sounds a more easier... No, never mind, it's not an easier tournament than Vademon's tournaments, right? Because no matter which Digimon I'm facing, they can have like very OP attacks, so it's hard to like judge my opponents by their appearances. Yeah, but I want to believe that we can have a better chance today, because at least now we have more defense. Well, let's see how it goes. The only problem is that Prominence Beam doesn't have a status effect, So we are up to our damage, like the damage we are causing. And if we face an enemy that has a lot of status effects, it could be a big deal on us, as we can't fight back. Like, we can't paralyze, we can't poison them, turn them flat or anything. But let's see. I'm hoping this is at least not worse than Vademon's tournament attempt. Are you healed? No, so I should heal him. Small recoveries. How many small recoveries though? Maybe one more or maybe two? One more, right? Yes, now we are ready. Good luck, Bergermon. Don't die in fight 1. Come together, burning Digimon. Oh, wait. Is that Devimon? Okay, first of all, I don't think we are winning this because we have many ultimates right there. But who was that black Digimon that faced Blue Maramon right there? Was it the Dark Flarizramon? Oh no, Santaramon is strong. Yeah, we are not winning this. Man, he's buffing so much though. But why is he getting some sort of defense if his buffing did not show any defense boost? I did not get that. He was buffing his attack, not his defense. Oh, so that was Dark Flarizramon? There we go. He looked very different. I mean, maybe if I can trigger my finisher and then block him or block his somehow, I have a chance, but I'm not feeling confident. Especially because he can paralyze me. Yes, I'm not winning this. Oh, but at least I could actually block his finisher. The question is, can I use my finisher? I'm trying. Oh, there we go. Maybe this is an advantage or like my chance. Nice. Okay, I need another hit because otherwise... Nope, I lost. There is no way. Yeah. I had a chance in there, but I got hit in the very final seconds. Can't say that I'm not surprised, but I do think this was better than Vademon, by the way, because if I were not getting that much paralyzed, maybe I could win. So Dark Flarizramon, huh? Is Dark Flarizramon a champion? He was faster, yeah. I noticed that too. Even though I do have some speed, right? I have a lot of speed. That was BS. What if Dark Ramon is the mysterious champion, even though he may not be it? He's a champion, actually? Nah, but I don't think it's him. Like, people have been kinda saying in the chat that, oh, you'll never figure or you're never going to get who's this mysterious last champion. Um, I still have a feeling it's going to be Nanimon, because Nanimon is one of those annoying Digimon, and then if it is something hard to figure, hard to get, Nanimon sounds very fitting, right? Dark Ramon sounds like another regular Digimon or common Digimon that may not be any special in any ways. But it's a possibility that I was not considering for sure. They both are champions. One is Virus and then the other one is probably, I don't know, Vaccine or something. I just realized that today is October 3rd. So today is actually the day of the reunification of the Germany, right? Or of Germany. It's the day that the Berlin Wall went down. And some years ago I was visiting the Christ the Redeemer to look at the lights of the Germany flag being reflected on the Christ. It was a very cool day. It was the first time I went there alone. I took like the train and pretty much spent the day in there, like the afternoon. That's my only complaint about the Christ the Redeemer. It's because it doesn't have many chairs or places for or seats, right, for you to sit or like to stay there for a lot of time. Not to mention it's very crowded. I kind of wish they had more sheltered places to protect against the sun. Don't get me wrong, it's like one of the most beautiful views you'll see in your life, but for you to stay there for many hours, it can be a little bit tiring. I will train. Honestly, I kind of don't want to go for the brains because I still think that prominence being is all I need. Unless, of course, she digivolves and then I can get better attacks. But for now, I kind of don't feel in need to pick the attacks. So I think I will go for offense, but I will go for offense together with HP. I'm really hoping that in this last Smash Brothers reveal, I have a feeling that we may not be only getting the last character plus the last stage, you know? I don't know why, but I have a feeling there will be another surprise in there. Maybe another surprised character even. Maybe Waluigi, guys. Maybe Waluigi even. But yes, I have this feeling that Sakurai will not just give us the DLC character. You know what they did with Piranha Plant? I have a feeling something similar could be happening here too. Something like, oh, we had some spare time to develop another character, so here it comes. But I swear to God, if it is another Fire Emblem character, I'm done. I will never play Fire Emblem in my life. No matter how much I like, I don't know, Advanced Wars or Pokemon Conquest, no. Not happening. If it is another Fire Emblem character, I don't even I kind of don't even want it to be another Pokemon. I love Pokemon, it's one of my favorite franchises, but no, give me something else. Even Sora is better because it's more variety. By the way, why is my nose running now? I hope I'm not getting sick. No, it's Subber, they are not doing that. Announcing another DLC pack or something? Nope. Even on this last direct, they confirmed it, that this is the final and last ever Sakurai Presents. Would I be sad or like, would I be mad if they had another pack? I wouldn't. But they are not doing it. If they do that, people will boycott on them for sure. Or sabotage. No way. If they do that, they will become the new EA, the new, I don't know, Ubisoft. Oh yes, I just remembered more news. Did you see Xbox or Microsoft's new service now that also got to Brazil? Oh, okay, I see. This is the last Sakurai Presents. Like, in the next ones, we'll have a new host. Maybe Miyamoto Presents or something. Did you see the xCloud from Microsoft? That was something amazing, actually. I saw many people here in Brazil testing it out and saying that I cannot believe I can play such games in my browser. So, even though Microsoft doesn't have the games I play, as a company, they are kicking asses out there. That guy needs to retire from Smash. He does deserve some break, right? But then now, he already has kinda another game under the works, like the new Kirby game. I have the feeling he will just jump into he will jump from Smash into the Kirby game. Oh yeah, and speaking on Xbox though, whoever in here has Xbox, please give me a favor, because my favorite announced indie game of the year, Sable, not only is already out on Steam by the way, but it's for free if you have a Xbox Game Pass or Xbox Golden something. I don't know which of the plans has Sable in it, but if you have it, go play Sable, because it's the game that I was like dreaming to play and like feeling happy that it's going to be released. It is already released. Can't wait to like listen to its soundtrack someday by Japanese Breakfast. And it's for freaking free right now if you have an Xbox game something like Game Pass, Golden Pass, I don't know which pass is it. Not only that, if you have an Amazon Prime thing, go get Blue Fire for free as well, because Blue Fire is for free, and together with some other 9 games, even Ghost Runner something that seems to be a somewhat popular game too, But go get Blue Fire because Blue Fire is like Zelda from the darkness. That's how I would describe it. It's like Zelda but in hell, and it looks freaking awesome. So yeah, go get those free games out there because some very good stuff is out there. But is it really working right? Wait, what is working right? Or Kid Icarus? That's another game that people would be very happy to see returning, right? I do have it on my 3DS, but I actually never tried playing it myself. But good call. Kid Icarus could be a good game to be resurrected, even though we got it not too long ago, but it does have its fan base, which by the way, Scap, I can only imagine that you loved Bayonetta 3 trailer, right? Because I don't play Bayonetta and I was amazed by that trailer. I was even saying give Bayonetta a dancing game now, like a rhythm game, because she needs it. It's a missed opportunity. I was like dancing with her almost in that trailer. It did take forever to happen, but I was amazed by it. Imagine the fans. I was like, yep, this is pretty much what I think fans would be happy to be watching. But seriously, she needs a dancing game for yesterday. Give her like Just Dance Bayonetta special DLC or something. I don't care. You still need to get on the second? Oh really? I remember you played the first for sure. But at this rate I thought you have already beaten those two games and then watched the... I think it's a series, right, on Netflix as well. I actually tried watching that series once, but I never really completed it. Am I training more? No, let's put her to sleep. But Summer, what were you saying about is it really working right? Oh, are you talking about the xCloud? The new feature by Microsoft? According to the reviews I read on Twitter from Brazilians, yes, it's been like people are mind blown that they are able to play amazing games by the cloud service in their, let's say, potato PCs, right? In their potato PCs as they are potato gamers. So high props for Xbox and Microsoft for working on that idea. You know some other shocking news that I saw, but I'll be speaking about games that I don't play though. But I can't say that it did not surprise me a little bit at least. So I will be talking a little bit about soccer games. And Pro Evolution Soccer, which is like pretty much FIFA's rival, they decided to turn their franchise into a free to play game, but then you kind of buy the extra content or like you can buy things in the game, right? Like some extras. And they also changed the name from um, Pro Evolution Soccer into eFootball. It is its new name now. Can you believe that it's been like with a horrible review on Steam and on websites and everywhere? Like it has only 8% of approval in its ratings. It seems it's because of its controls. But I was surprised to see that the game is getting this like hated, you know? At first I was like, oh, good idea, let's make this game for free and then maybe more people can try it out and stuff. Maybe it can make those soccer games more accessible. But when I was looking at the reviews of it, I was like, holy shit, what the heck is going on in here? Oh yes, that's the way to say it, right, Scap? Yeah, it does have microtransactions in there, but that's not what people have been complaining, I believe. They are just complaining that the game is not very good to control it. So we're saying that Brazilians don't have internet for that. Actually, that's what I was shocked about, because many Brazilians were saying they have been able to play those games. I mean, of course, some may be having some trouble, but I read more good reviews about the xCloud than what I was imagining. I was like, I was also assuming like, oh, this would never work in Brazil, but it has been working. But of course, not for everybody, probably, but more than what I was expecting. And then what I thought would work, which was the Pro Evolution Soccer game, complete failure. I was even telling a friend of mine that likes those games to like, oh, it's out, so why don't you play it instead of playing FIFA? And then he was like, oh, not like this, because this game is way worse than FIFA. Unfortunately, the one and only soccer game I played as a kid doesn't exist anymore, I think. I used to play International Superstar Soccer for the Super Nintendo. I always also wanted to play the one that has the Mario characters, Mario Strikers or something. Everybody, I have never heard a bad review of Mario Strikers, by the way. So everybody says positive things about it. But as it's a GameCube game, I had no chance to play it. And also Nintendo never really brought it back. I don't get it. You know what? I'm going for brains because maybe that's what's blocking her to Digivolve. You know what? Or what else? I'm now wondering and also hoping, but I kind of forgot to check what happened to it afterwards. When Sonic Colors was released for the Switch, it was one of the glitchiest things ever. I'm now wondering if Sega was able to fix it already. Because after seeing the videos and the clips of people playing it and having seizures and like all of those flashy parts, I did not see anything after that. Like, did Sega do something? Or is it still as glitchy as what it was before? That made me sad because Sonic Colors is a game I played, or at least I played the 3DS version, not the 3DS, the DS game. But I also really liked what I saw from the original, not original, but the Wii version. And regarding 3D Sonic games, it's one of my favorites, if not my favorite. So seeing that the game got that glitchy and buggy and everything, it made me a bit sad. Especially for a full price game. Let me check the tournaments again, maybe there is another one we can join. But chances of winning, probably only if we digivolve. There is one in here. What is this? It is a version 2 cup, sure. I now wonder, imagine if we Digivolve before tomorrow's tournament. Are we still part of it? Because we kinda enrolled ourselves before the Digivolution, but what if the Digivolution is not a version 2 Digimon? Can we break the game by doing that? And you know what? This game is so broken that I kind of think that could be a thing. I cannot see Greymon like blocking us for like, wait, you are not a version 2 Digimon, so hold there, or hold it there. I cannot see Greymon saying that. Sabri is saying that he thinks it cancels, but he's not sure. Do you really think that they will stop us? So far this game has all sorts of glitches, so I don't know, maybe they thought about it, but if I had to like guess, I think it would work. By the way, I'm getting hungry. I now wish I had hot dogs, thanks to Subaru. Or a quiche. But probably during this week I'll be eating quiche. Or chili dogs thanks to Sonic? Wait, chili dogs? Is that a Sonic-based dish? But speaking of chili, that's another thing I still need to try. And I'll never understand, just like I did not understand how the chicken potato chips were not a thing in Brazil, I'll never understand how chili is not a thing in Brazil. Although there was one Brazilian friend of mine, when I asked her, she has tried it before. I don't know where could she find it, but she has tried it before. How is something that's made of beans and ground meat is not popular in Brazil? I have no idea, because it's pretty much two of the most basic ingredients we have in here. Oh, they were popular in the animated Sonic? Okay, that's why I did not get the reference then. I did watch that cartoon, but I was never really, you know, binging it or seeing too much. But I know they are working on a Sonic Colors based one, right? There is a new animated series that's going on right now. Which, by the way, did Nintendo or the Game Freak not release a new episode of Pokemon Evolutions? Because I was watching the weekly Pokemon Evolutions episodes as well. No, it looks like there are only two available. These two right here. Interesting, so no Pokemon Evolutions episode this week? Wait, why did I train speed? Anyway, I don't have more time for training. Let's go for the tournament and then please win this one. Because if I'm not mistaken, the rank 2 or the version 2 cup sounded easy, right? Or at least it looked very possible when we first tried it. And I can be wrong in what I'm going to say, but didn't we lose to a Birdramon before? So if now we are a Birdramon ourselves, we can win this, right? I don't remember who I had as a partner and then Birdramon destroyed me. Maybe it was in the Vadamon cycle, I can't remember. But now that we are what destroyed us before, can't we win this? I also need to give her an MP floppy. Now I may have some more commands, but I don't have the one that I can pick the attacks still, so maybe they won't be too useful. And is it worth for me to give more attacks in here? Wait a second, Prominence Being has a status effect? How did I not activate it at least once in the previous fight? Oh my god, Vademon is in here! Wait, who the heck? Who the heck fought Angemon right there? What the heck is that? Wait, was that Nanimon? Well, if we're restarting with Vademon, I believe it's going to be the worst we can fight in here, right? So, if we make through this first round, we may have some good odds of winning this. So Birdramon, I'm counting on you, make him flat. Okay, at least this time we have a lot of attack power. And he's not buffing. So this was a somewhat good start. And I'm getting paralyzed, that's not good. Okay, fight back. Thankfully his attacks, they take some time to hit me, right? Oh, I don't have a defensive command though. I'm getting flat. Yes! I will lose because of the status effect. Oh! That's my chance. Or maybe not. No, I'm not losing. It's a very awful fight, but I don't think we lost. We lost. Why have... He had more HP than us? Come on. Man, I hate these tournaments. It's because of the status effects. I got paralyzed. I got flattened, like more than once. Thank you for the giant meat. Oh. I mean, get back then, right? I'm not throwing away anything else. Wait, I must? No, I don't want to. Oh, there we go. Dude, I swear to God, that was BS. Like, of course the NPC can cause so many status effects, and then I cannot have it happen not even once. How fair is that? Not to mention that I had more HP by the end of the fight, but... Yeah, you see, you gotta have an ultimate. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should store some more items. I will. I probably have things that I don't need. Things that Digimon gave me. You're not sure if only having a single attack is working out, but it is the best I can have, don't you think? Especially considering that I can't pick my attacks. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, you did not go win a treasure hunt? You know something that I was surprised though? We were able to flinch the enemies before they were using the finisher. That surprised me because normally we take the finisher. Never mind the rain plant. Wait, the rain plant, there we go. It has healing abilities, right? So I think I will keep it. I mean, I still have a lot of stuff, but it's a bit better now. Yeah. But Saburo, it was not because I had a single attack. I lost because they had more luck in the status effects. I could have 3 attacks and that would not change the fact that I was getting paralyzed, I was getting flattened. So something is probably happening today or tomorrow, I guess. By something I'm hoping it's a Digivolution. It's going to either be that or death. So after it happens, I will call it a night. That's true, I did see that happening. There was one prominence being that missed because it only goes in a straight line. Although he also missed one of his attacks too, right? The one that is like with those roots. But I still have the feeling what killed me were the status effects. Maybe I could go for a faster attack so I can be flinching the enemy before he can use the status effects on me or something. Like the wind cutter. Is she still hungry? What? Do you want to digivolve into Tyrannomon? Okay, I will stop in 400 of brains. I will only go for more brains if she digivolves. Maybe I should go for offense and defense to 400 as well. Although, wait a minute. I'm remembering Miotismon's words, and he has his sayings of like, oh, some Digimon, when they die, they could digivolve or something. Maybe even if Bergamon dies and not digivolve like directly, I have a chance of getting Phoenixmon? Well, something gotta happen this day, right? For the good or for the bad? Just in case, I'll check the tournaments again. Now that I was able to join 2 tournaments, who knows, maybe there is more? There is more, but... yes, I'm not. That's the natural one. This is... version 3. This is probably version 4 or something. Version 4. The double one is the wind? Wait, I could join that one. Digimon with wings. Why is it not available? Hey Afro, welcome. Yeah, we are still in here. We are trying to get the final 3 champions, but as you can see, we got Birdramon as a repeat. So I'm training Birdramon to see if I can get Phoenixmon and then use them in the tournaments, or to go after Analog Man once again. I will pay attention to this cup in here though, because it makes sense to me that I could join it. But for some reason it's not available right now, maybe later? But there is even a cup for Digimon with wings. It's not called the Air Cup or something. Maybe there are 2 different cups like that. And then this is for the Ice type Digimon. But yes, we are trying to get the last 3 champions, which are right there. 2 of them I know who they are, Devimon and Monochromon, and then the third one is a mysterious champion. I have my guesses, but I'm still investigating. And I was trying to get Agumon's last champion right there, that I'm guessing it's Monochromon. But then it failed, as you could see. So now we are using Birdramon into the tournaments, but we lost 2 times today already, right? The first one I had low hopes, I was not expecting to win anyway. The second one we had a shot, but we got paralyzed, we got flattened, the status effects destroyed us, so... But let's see, we have that air tournament or wing tournament coming up, so maybe we have another chance. And let me also check on Dreamojimon, because he was saying that, I don't know, he was not after treasure anymore. That was weird. Every time I get his treasure, I kinda say, go again. What if I'm not digivolving because I committed a mistake? That could be the case as well, right? Well, at the very least we tried the fire tournament, which was a first for us. Just like the other elemental tournaments, they look harder to beat than the version type of tournaments. Hi Gabrielle, what's up, man? Gabrielle, I was saying earlier that I started to watch that JoJo's spin-off on Netflix. I did not like it so far, but I will complete watching it because there are only 4 episodes. So it's fine. But I was not a big fan of the beginning of it, like... I felt it was a bit pointless. But yeah, I will complete watching it. Let me see. Let's go for offense and defense. Although there was something good about it though. Yeah, there was like a connection that comes before the next arc, right? The way this one first episode started made me think that these Rowan Kishibe series on Netflix, that's the guy's name, the character name, was going to be like an introduction, or maybe a transition actually, between the 4th arc and the 5th arc. That's how it sounded in the beginning to me. Because a character that I saw in the 5th arc kind of talked about his plans for the future on this spin-off. But then, as the episode was going on, it turned into a craziness that I was like, is this really a good story? But let's see how it ends. But if they give me more, let's say, transitions between the two arcs, that's going to be cool. I'm starting to feel concerned, and maybe Birdramon will die before digivolving. Didn't you think it was quite weird? Or maybe a little bit pointless or something? Not to mention that it's a different... Uh, I don't know... It's a different art. Like, it's not the same people that worked on the original arc for sure. Like, the art is a bit different. Some characters are even very different. They look very different. For example, the girl. For some time I was like, is she who I think she is? Because her hairstyle is looking different here. Okay, 400. Everything is quite balanced. Are you not digivolving? Do you want me to get to that 5,000 right there? I will get to that 5,000. It is different, right? I just hope it's not fully pointless. I hope there is like a meaning for the existence of that series. Oh my god, she's not digivolving. She's going to die. I have the feeling we are not getting an ultimate. Should we go for an item? We could go for a Digivolutionary item. Not sure where I messed it up. I mean, maybe there are many things. Maybe it was the mistake I committed. But I'm really starting to think this is not doing it. Unless Miotismon's idea happens. Like, oh yeah, some Digimon die and then they digivolve. Maybe that's what's going to happen here. Phoenixmon is the only option. There is no other course. But I could go for the evolutionary items. Oh, she's... No, 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 don't commit another mistake. Oh. I knew it! Are you digivolving? Miotismon, save us! Miotismon, come on! Miotismon, you are a liar. Man, come on, are you kidding me? Yes, I'm not surprised though. It was taking forever. But you know what? Maybe this is good. It means that I'm starting another cycle soon. I mean, not today though, I'm going to call it. But what really matters here is for us to get the Digimon registered, so maybe getting those cycles going on is my, or they are my best shot, than like going for those tournaments. But hey, this was interesting because it was a while, or it's been a while, since this last happened. Is it good? Wait, what? Do you mean my Digimon to like die like that? I mean, for me to try again, sure. But then I'm not going for the tournaments like this. Yeah, tonight isn't Tamagotchi fun? Oh my goodness. Ah, when things work out, Afro, it is fun. Can't we agree that after reaching part 75 we can talk more about how or what to reach in order to digivolve? Uh, I would like to have that conversation maybe when I have Devimon, like when I'm dealing with Devimon. If my theories are right about Monochromon, I kind of still want to believe I can get Monochromon by my own, basically. The other two champions, one people are saying it's hard AF, and the other one is Devimon. Maybe for those two we could have more talks, I guess, but for Monochromon I still kind of want to do it by my own, you know? Because it feels like it's somewhat easy. I'm just not getting lucky, I guess. It feels like it's one of like, oh, Monochromon, I got him in my third Digivolution, basically, or like in my third cycle, that's the one I got. Do you see what I mean? Like, it seems that Monochromon is like a basic and easy course. I'm just getting lost, maybe. But yeah, like having Birdramon dying in there, it was helpful because we will have another faster shot right now. But anyway, I will not start it today though. So I'm going to call it in here, guys. And let's see if next Sunday we can have maybe another strategy. What am I going to try though? Yes, I will try combined stats. That was the idea that I was discussing with Summer when I was training my Koromon. I will try combined stats for Monochromon instead of just thinking of like, oh, it's probably a speedy result, and then I kinda ignore the rest of the other stats. No, I will try thinking about more than one important key training for Monochromon because I believe it's going to be Monochromon. So maybe I would go for HP, defense, and then what else? Not attack, not speed. Maybe brains? I think I would go around those lines. HP, defense, and brains, and then hopefully that combination is good for Monochromon. Next week you'll be here. Wait, you are free from Dungeons and Dragons? Are you guys taking a break or something? A vacation or something? Or is it just because of like this Saturday or Sunday actually we'll be skipping it? But alright, let's see if you can bring me some luck, right? Yes, defense and HP, and then the third stat, I think brains makes the most sense to me. Today what happened was that I went for a somewhat speed, attack, and HP course, and then I got Birdramon. I wanted it to be just speed, but then I kinda messed with the training, so I will go for HP, defense, and probably brains next time, so it's like completely different than what I had today besides the HP. But anyway guys, I'm going to cut it in here, so thank you so much for stopping by. Let's see if we have better luck next time than in the previous 2 weekends. At the very least we tried new things, we tried new tournaments we never joined. Although they are still freaking hard. Or I'm still very bad. But let's see. Eventually we'll be getting there. Oh, it's because you finished the campaign with your players, so you're free. And then like you're not starting a new one? Is that how it goes? Like, we are finishing this campaign, so bye people, and then, I don't know, another group of fresh comers are coming and something? I don't know, imagining something more regular, like it's cycles of uh, Dungeons and Dragons with the same people or something. Maybe it's more complicated than that. No freaking way. You guys have been playing it for 2.5 years, and then you come here to complain about me playing Digimon World for 75 parts, Gabriel? Dude! I know you guys had like a whole life story going on in Dungeons and Dragons of like, oh, this guy was born, grew up, studied, trained, fought dragons, and then I don't know, married, and then had children and died and stuff. But 2 years and a half, dude. You need a vacation. I can relate a little bit regarding this game, but congrats though, because sticking with the same game for 2 years and a half is dedication right there. It's dedication, man. But hopefully everybody there had a somewhat happy ending, right? Yeah. And get some rest now. Or jump into something else, like jump into something completely different than the Dungeons and Dragons game you had. But anyway, I'm off, so thank you so much again for stopping by. Have a great week, take care, and I hope to see you then. Goodbye.